1, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do you have 5 already?
Yeah.
Oh, now I have 5. Okay. Good evening. Well, good afternoon, almost good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. The Southgate Special Southgate City Council agenda at this time. We can go ahead and do roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios, City Treasurer de La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Okay, at this time, we can do item number 1, please.
The City Council will present certificates of appreciation to the participants of the Baker to Vegas Challenge Cup Relay.
Okay. First of all, congratulations to our Southgate Police Department for the Baker to Vegas. Let's give them a round of applause. You know, I've been here for 21 years, 21, 22? 22 years. And I never had the opportunity, not, I had the opportunity, but I have never taken the chance to go out there with all of you. But I know that every time you guys are out there, you guys are representing this beautiful city of Southgate, and you do it with a lot of pride. And I'm sure that every step you take out there, you think of the city, right? Right? I'm sure you guys do say, we're doing it for Southgate. No, but I think that, I mean, you guys are amazing. It's a task. I mean, what is it, 100 miles that you guys have to run? Is that correct? 120? 120. Wow, I thought it was 100. 120. You know, congratulations to all of you and the entire team for doing this and for continue doing it. And how many years, Chief, have you guys been running?
This was our 27th or our 28th year, and I remember the very first year. I actually ran the first year.
Mhm.
It's a testament to the team for their desire to be a standalone team, because smaller agencies have a tendency to combine with other agencies. So you get 2 or 3, they get to split up the work. But Southgate has always carried that tradition to have their own team to represent Southgate exclusively. And 27 years. Brian can probably answer this. I think we've gotten maybe 3 or 4 mugs out of the 28 years we ran, and this year happened. Of course, a year that I decided not to run. Well, actually, I didn't decide to run. I think I got kicked off the team. Brian can confirm that. Said you're too old and too slow. Nevertheless, so I was proud to be out there at the finish line and saw Jasmine run at the very end. And out of our category, we're 500 invitational. There were 25 or 26 teams, and came out 13. So it's a good job to the department. This is a tradition that's probably going to go long after we're all gone here, but we want to keep that tradition going to represent Southgate. There were 244 teams this year representing Canada, United States. They had a women's team from New York, and they're pretty fast. And I think the overall winner was California Highway Patrol Elite Team.
Oh, wow.
But they got thousands of people to pick from. We got 60. But congratulations to the team. Just proud to be a part of it. And the nice thing is we have retirees come out to help with the race route. And retired Chief Doug Chris was in the follow van with me. And it's actually a fun event. I look forward to that every year.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And it takes a team, a whole team to just put this together. And for those who put this team together, I mean, congratulations. But again, it's a team effort. And you guys put Southgate out there very high. And we feel very proud of every single one of you for, doing this, because it's not easy. You probably love running, but it takes a toll out of you. So congratulations to you. So today we are here to recognize all the runners and the entire team for being out there and doing this every year. I'm going to read the first certificate, and then I'm going to read the names. And as I read the names, if you can please come up and get your certificate. And at this time, I'm going to do it from up there. And if the council can please join me, I appreciate it. The runners are not here today, but again, to them, congratulations. First, I have Sergeant Aloysius Peterson, and I don't see him, so we will definitely give him his certificate. Detective Arturo Macias, is he here? Yes, he is. Yeah. And if you can just step in here because we're taking a picture. Dispatcher Lorena Gutierrez. Officer Cruz Castellanos. Sergeant Roger Cancio. Did he knew he was going to get a certificate? Detective Brian Padilla. Officer Cesar Castellanos. Officer Mario Carrillo. Officer Aaron Correa. Officer Abraham Romero. Detective Eric Padilla. Detective Isaac Morales. Officer Eduardo Arriaga. Officer Eric Alvarado. Did they know they were supposed to get a certificate? Oh, they're working, right? Okay. Officer Adriano Mijares. Look at you. Remember when he was an explorer? Officer Charlie Sabaniego. Custody Officer Carlos Medina. Officer Nicholas Vasquez. Officer Jesus Pedina. Oh, Pineda, sorry. Jasmine Vasquez. Officer Jonathan Duron. Sergeant Juan Carlos Gonzalez. Lieutenant Amador, I don't see him here. Oh, you know, and Officer Michael Mesa. Do we get them all? Yes. Okay.
Mhm.
Next item, please.
Item number 2 is the City Council will present a certificate of appreciation to Detective John Affeld for his 50 years of dedication service to the City of Southgate. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Wow, 50 years of service to this beautiful city of Southgate. John, it has been an honor and a pleasure have knowing you for a very, very long time. But most important, with the great job that you have done in this city. I think that you have brought so much knowledge. I mean, your institution is just amazing. I'm sure you have seen a lot of officers go through you, and most of them, some of them already retired. Most of them already retired, but they have a lot to learn from you. I remember one time you guys were going to go on a stakeout or something. I mean, you guys were going to go to a house, and I was in a ride along, and I was riding along with I don't remember what officer, and I was right behind him. And said, "Where is she going?" Because I was with my the officer that I was riding along with. So no, you can't go to this one. So you need to stay. So you made me stay. I didn't get to go and see the action. I didn't see the action. So I said, "Oh wow, I missed that." But it always has been, such an honor to have such great person, and your it's just your knowledge. But most important, I think, is the love that you have for the piece that keeps you doing what you do. And I don't know when you're going to retire, but and whenever you do, you know what? I mean, God bless you for everything that you have done for this beautiful city of Southgate and for your colleagues. And you can see how great and you're well respected for the job that you have done. But most importantly, the love that you have given these officers and all the officers that have gone through the city of Southgate. So congratulations, and I'm going to read the certificate. Our appreciation to Detective John Alford in sincere recognition and appreciation for your 50 years of dedicated service to the city of Southgate. Your unwavering commitment, outstanding work ethics, and decades of service have left a lasting impact in our community. Inspired generations, employees, residents alike. We honor your remarkable journey in our police department and thank you for your tireless devoted to making Southgate a better place for all. With deepest gratitude and respect. Congratulations. And thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I say a few words?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. And I'm going to have you, John, also come in and say a couple of words.
So I just want to take a few moments to kind of highlight John's career because he's been here 50 years, and I think we owe him at least a few minutes to hear this out. But if you don't know, Detective John Affeld was born and raised in Southgate. His passion for law enforcement was sparked at the young age of 10 during a ride along with his uncle Jack Tilney, a Southgate police officer. So he's got a lot of history here. From that moment forward, he knew that no matter the path he chose, serving the city of Southgate would remain his top priority. Around 1966, John met a beautiful girl named Carol who's seated right next to him. in Southgate, who we eventually married in 1972 across the street from City Hall at the church. Detective Athel began his career with the Southgate Police Department as a reserve police officer in April of 14th in 1975. Through dedication and perseverance, he rose through the ranks to achieve the position of reserve lieutenant. During this time, he served in patrol and detective operations and played a critical role in the execution of hundreds of search warrants and arrest warrants. In 2010, Detective Athel transitioned to the role of an hourly police officer, continuing his commitment to public safety with distinction. Throughout his career, he has served in numerous special assignments, including a narcotics detective with LA Impact, a gang investigator in our crime impact team, a detective in general investigations, a detective in narcotics, a task force officers with DEA, the U.S. Marshal Service, and the high intensity drug trafficking area task force. And currently, Detective Athel is assigned to the Narcotics and Special Problems Unit, where his expertise and work ethic continue to set the standard. In recognition of his outstanding service, he was selected by his peers as the 2024 Hourly Police Officer of the Year. He has an unwavering dedication to the profession and 5 decades of honorable service with the city of Southgate. He stands as a true inspiration and role model within the Southgate Police Department and the community he has faithfully served. And I did mention this at the employee recognition dinner, that when I first got here, John was my boss. And but you know, back then, he didn't treat people like the normal treatment that you'd get when you started in the 90s, right? He was just a kind gentleman and was a good mentor. And I think that speaks volumes, because the people that he works with around him in the narcotics unit, in the patrol division, they all see the person he is. They definitely broke the mold when they made you, John. And you're a special individual. I couldn't be prouder to have you wearing the tan and green. The Police Officers Association got him a gold badge, 50-year badge, and we'd like to call his wife up to pin it on John, if you will.
So I never expected that when I was sworn in that I'd be here for 50 years. The thought never crossed my mind. And the amazing thing to me is that this 50 years has gone by so fast that it's hard to get my mind around it. Um, I, when I got sworn in, I felt it was an honor that a lot of people would never get the opportunity to do. I've always treated the position I've been in with a lot of respect because I think it deserves respect, just like all first responders should have that respect and respect for the people that we serve. I'd like to thank all of the guys that and girls that I've worked with since I came here. A lot of people made my success possible. A lot of people I worked for. I also can remember the first many years that I was learning. I'm still learning today. I still learn. I still enjoy learning. But back when I started, I never imagined I'd be here this long. So the people I worked with, I love you guys. I especially love my current team, my narcotics team. Never forget you guys. And it's not just the narcotics team. They're high in my heart, but and narcotics has always been my favorite thing to do, and then gangs, and then patrol. But a lot of people that are in my life deserve a lot of credit for what I'm doing, what I've done, and most of all, my wife. And my family. I love you guys so much for putting up with my love for law enforcement. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you, John. Hey, Council, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John, I just would like to say thank you so much for everything that you've done for our community. Thank you for your countless years of service, and really wanted to also thank your family, because we understand that this line of work is not just you doing the work, your family does it too. When you put on that uniform, your family does as well, because they're worried just as much as you are every day if you're coming home or not, if you're going to be around to be at the family gatherings. So, family, thank you for sharing your father and your husband with us for so long, and we'll keep them a little bit longer if you guys are okay with that. All right, well, thank you guys.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Detective John, thank you for the distinguished career, 50 years of service to the city of Southgate, the residents, the community, keeping us safe and just doing the hard work that needs to be done in our community. You didn't have to stay probably 50 years, but you did. And that's amazing, because you chose to stay. And Carol, thank you for sharing them, and the family sharing with him with our community, and as a public servant, it means a lot to the residents that, you put in those years. And I like what you said, respect. I think it comes across as sincere, and that's why probably you like, respecting the community, respecting your colleagues, respecting the community and your family, love for your family. What a great person. What an honorable officer you have been, a distinguished career. Thank you for your service.
50 years. Wow. An entire life. starting from age 10, I'm sure of it. Um, I think when you do things from the heart, John, and I think you have, it's not work. It's your passion, it's your calling. And I'm sure that you've instilled that love of law enforcement to your wife and to your children. And it's apparent because you're still here in our beautiful city of Southgate. So thank you for investing in our community that many years of your life that will not be forgotten. I can assure you of that. Because look behind you. You have a whole police department that looks up to you with nothing but respect. Respect that you've earned throughout those 50 years, and they don't come easily. So I commend you, and I commend your family for sharing him with us. And it's up to you whenever you want to call it a day. No ill will here, but I can assure you that they will feel that empty nest when you decide to step down. And thank you for working with our narcotics department. I'm sure, like the gentleman back there was like, yes, it's because you are that pillar in that police department that they can all come to you and look up to you because of your years of experience, and they don't come easily. So again, from the bottom of my heart and the residents of Southgate, thank you for those years.
So I decided to go last because once I get on the mic, I just keep going. But so everything my colleagues said are the sentiments of all of us. But I can also assure you that our community as well. Um, in the course of time, you've seen changes in attitude from people to our police departments, but not here in Southgate. Our police department has definitely earned the respect, has shown respect for you while other people are doing this defunding stuff. I can understand why they would do it in those areas, but here in Southgate, our police department is not just the department that serves, it's a part of the family, it's part of the Southgate family. And I can tell you that the vast majority of the residents of our community feel that way. And it's because of people like yourself, John. And again, you're setting an example for everybody else. And I hope they're watching and they're paying close attention because if they can all do exactly what you're doing, our city's in good hands. So thank you, and thank you to the family. Thank you so much.
Okay.
You got several more years to put in, Chief.
I don't know if I'm going to make it 50 more years.
All right. Oh, well, again, John, thank you to your family. Thank you so much for having such an amazing person in your life. And Carol, thank you for allowing him being part of this beautiful city of Southgate. You guys are Southgate, so thank you. And God bless all of you. God bless the police department for doing such an amazing job. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go on to our next item.
The City Council will issue a proclamation declaring May 2025 as Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go ahead and read.
Vice Mayor, I forgot. Vice Mayor Barron, please do us the honor.
No problem. Declaring Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month, May 2025, whereas the City of Southgate celebrates May as Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month to raise awareness about the importance of water safety, educate the public on preventing water-related accidents, and promote safe practices around pools, lakes, rivers, and beaches. And whereas it is crucial for individuals of all ages, especially children, to understand how to swim, use life jackets properly, and follow safe boating and water recreation practices. And whereas water safety education helps reduce the number of preventable injuries and fatalities, creating a safer community, encouraging responsible water use and enjoyment. And whereas water safety involves not only learning vital skills, but also promoting the importance of adult supervision, proper maintenance of swimming pools, and understanding the potential risk associated with water activities. And whereas the City of Southgate families, first responders, lifeguards, educators, and safety advocates play a pivotal role in spreading awareness, providing resources, teaching valuable water safety skills to the public. Now therefore, I, Maria Davila, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and citizens of Southgate, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Water Safety and Drowning Prevention Month, and honor the Southgate Aquatic staff for their dedication to preventing drowning, ensuring community safety at the Patricia G. Mitchell Swim Stadium, and council encourages everyone to practice water safety throughout the summer and year-round. Signed, Mayor Maria Davila.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Steve. Who do we have, Steve?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. With us today is Recreation Supervisor Leslie Consuegra. She oversees the aquatic section for the City of Southgate, and with her, Senior Lifeguard Ivan Hernandez. And they're going to talk to you a little bit, and I think they've got some goodies too.
Ooh.
Right?
There we go. Hello. Awesome. Hi. Yeah. Thank you for having us today. My name is Ivan Hernandez. On behalf of the Patricia Mitchell Swim Stadium, I am one of the senior lifeguards there. And I wanted to talk to you guys about a little bit about water safety. As you mentioned already, water safety is important, especially when we're trying to educate our community. And that's why we throw these events so that we can bring the community together to teach them about building a stronger and more informed community. According to American Red Cross, an estimate of 4,000 people die unintentionally from drowning each year in the United States. That's an average of 11 lives lost every single day. Additionally, an average of 22 non-fatal drownings happen daily. The statistics are even more alarming for children. Kids under 1 or are more likely to drown at home for those under 5. 87% drowning deaths occur in homes, pools, or hot tubs, often owned by families or friends. For older youth, ages 5 to 17, natural bodies of water like ponds, lake pose a higher risk. So this is why it's important for us to throw these events, for example, like the Water Safety Bash that will be happening Saturday, May 17th from 2 to 4. Once again, it's an ongoing commitment to safety, education, and building a stronger, more informed community in recognition of both National Water Safety Month and International Water Safety Day. We're inviting families and individuals of all ages to join us for an afternoon dedicated to learning the essentials of water safety in a fun, interactive, and welcoming environment. Guests can look forward to hands-on safety swim lessons, lifeguard demonstration, educational stations, engaging games, all designed to help prevent water-related incidents and give families the tools they need to stay safe. It is important to remember that drowning is preventable. With proper education, awareness, and preparation, we can save lives. Water Safety Bash is more than just an event. It's a call to action. It's about building a culture of care and caution, especially for our young ones and most vulnerable swimmers. Even small steps like learning how to float, recognizing signs of trouble, or supervising more attentively can make a lasting impact. Thank you once again for your time and continuing support to keep us safe. Thank you.
All right, Maria's
All
got
right, well,
the sunglasses on already.
There, I got
Already.
him. There you go. I got my whistle. I'm all set.
She is. Next lifeguard. Show up at the pool.
This is what happens when you give council toys.
I know. They'll probably use the whistle during the middle of
I'll
the
try not to
meeting.
use it.
But just a quick note for all of you. We do have one of the few indoor 50-meter Olympic-sized pools in the county area. We average over 400 sets of lessons during every month that we teach lessons. That's a lot of kids in there.
Mhm.
And we have one of the biggest employments of lifeguards in the area. We have over 50 lifeguards currently working for us. Some of the hardest people to get nowadays is lifeguards. So it's a blessing for us that we are able to do that and offer so many lessons and activities. And if you didn't get the opportunity last weekend, we actually held, not the weekend before, we actually held a Easter egg hunt in the pool.
Hmm.
Who knew bunnies could swim? But the kids, we had over 200 kids who dove in and searched for Easter eggs and the whole thing. So another great day of activities at our pool. I know Councilman Rios is there on a regular basis, but I'd like to just give a big hand to all my staff there at the pool. They do thousands and thousands of kids each year, and it's just appreciated greatly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You get to work with the little ones, and it's just amazing, when you see babies swimming, it's just incredible. And just for you guys to teach them how to save their own lives in the water, that it goes a long way. So thank you. You guys do an amazing job. I'm sure you guys are always busy because with a lot of kiddos out there. And the good thing is that they're out there and they enjoying themselves, and they're doing something for themselves in case there's an accident or something happening, that they know how to protect themselves in the water. So thank you to you and to all the lifeguards for doing what you do, which is saving lives too. Because I don't know how to swim, so that's why I don't go near water. But I got phobia, and that's what I always say. But you know what? I mean, thank you so much for the great job that you guys do out there.
And Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please
I
go
do, I
ahead.
do also want to just point out that I think, one of the great things that I know our Parks and Rec staff do on an annual basis is our free swim lessons in the summer. They are fully funded through the LA 84 Foundation. And, many kids from our city have opportunity to learn how to swim at our beautiful pool for free during the summertime. So please be on the lookout for that. And be ready to submit those applications for the summertime. But just a lot of great resources we have, and the pool being one of the best places to learn how to swim.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, Mayor,
Reyes.
thank you. Leslie, Ivan, thank you for sharing that information. It's so valuable for our community to understand how to, all the things you do. I spend a lot of time, as you mentioned there, and you got good staff. Those 50 employees, they really do remarkable, keep everybody safe there. And it's not children, it's adults, it's everybody that's enjoying it. That's what, it's a good mix of people. And it's like I already mentioned, it's the regional pool here. There's no other pool like that in the region, and Olympic size pool, and all the other activity related to the aquatic center. So thank you for the good work you do there. And Steve, of course, Mr. Costley, I know, and we've done a lot of improvements in the facility too. So I appreciate all of the good work with the facility, the roof, all of that. That's all dedication. Thank you for everything.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah,
Before we
just
go and take a picture. Yes.
real
go ahead.
quick. Yeah, so, there's a lot of benefits in the swimming. I shared a story before about how I was involved it was a car explosion, and I was in the hospital for over a month. And then I was laid up in bed for another month and a half. So I lost all my strength in my legs. And I didn't know how to swim, but one of my cousins said, look, you're not going to be just laying around like that. Let me take you to the pool. And I hesitated because I didn't know how to swim, but he took me in the pool, and I started just working on, kicking around. And I realized how much it was helping. And it actually made me a little bit stronger than I was before the accident. I attribute it to that. And I think anybody will tell you that one of the best forms of exercise overall is swimming, because there's not a lot of jolts to the knees or the back or anything else. So again, for those people who have not done it, Mayor Davila, it's a great exercise. So again, it's a great thing that you guys do there. And I see the crowds all the time, the long lines and everything. So again, thank you for what you're doing out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead,
Mayor.
Councilwoman.
Well, I just want to say thank you, Steve. Thank you to the entire staff there at Parks and Recreation, because I know water is very therapeutic. Therapeutic in a sense of it will alleviate a lot of our stress. It helps with the little ones that have all this energy. They just let it out. And by the time we take them home, they're like, they knock out because they've exerted all of that energy in the water. And, it's just very soothing. So thank you for what you do. And I agree, we could definitely reduce the amount of drownings that we have. If, you don't need to swim to be able to save a life. So, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to go ahead and do a picture. But since we're also doing Earth Day and it has to do with parks, if Councilman Rios can please read the proclamation so we can go and take a picture, but don't leave this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to declare that.
Let
Oh.
the city clerk read it into the record and then go
The
ahead,
city,
read it into the record, please.
the city council will issue a proclamation declaring April 26th as the 20th annual Earth Day celebration. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Earth Day, this is a proclamation declaring the 20th annual Earth Day celebration here in the city of Southgate, April 26th. Whereas the first National Earth Day was observed on April 22nd, 1970, to bring awareness to the environmental health of our planet and with activities designed to educate the citizens about the earth and the threats to the environment. Whereas the city will observe and celebrate the 20th annual Earth Day on April 26th at Southgate Park by hosting graffiti removal, litter cleanup, and tree planting activities and educational workshops, where the city is inviting and encouraging all citizens, to businesses, schools, and organizations to participate in the Earth Day festivities, and whereas education awareness of the environment, sound practices will create a community that thinks and acts as responsible trustees of our planet Earth. Now therefore be it proclaimed on this 22nd day of April 2025 that I, Maria Davila, Mayor of the City of Southgate, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of of Southgate, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2025 as the 20th Annual Earth Day celebration, and duly advocate for the community to be active in the preservation of our planet, practice good environmental health habits, and encourage everyone to participate in Earth Day activities. Mayor Maria Davila.
Thank you, Councilman Rios. And we will be celebrating Earth Day this coming Saturday, and hopefully that we get a lot of good participation. Arturo, would you like to say something? please?
Yes, Council, thank you for taking time to recognize Earth Day. Today is the 22nd, so today is actually Earth Day, so it's nice to do that. I've invited Mr. Ashford Ball to come up and say a few words on behalf of Public Works. Ashford?
Good evening, Council. Good evening, staff, as well as members of the public. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to the mayor as well as the council for allowing us as a city and to continue to just provide your dedication of service in honoring this day. Because I believe that this day doesn't just bring us together as a community in being able to not only provide a needed service to our community in the city of Southgate, but it also brings us together in fellowship to honor our environment as well as the earth, and to honor Mother Earth to come to provide these kinds of services. And I think that these services allow us to create sustainability in the city. So I'm very thankful to be a representative of our city today, as well as a member of the Public Works Department, to be able to share that with you all. So that said, I would like to invite the public as well as city staff to come out to Southgate Park on April 26th. The event will be from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we would like to not only invite just residents, but also businesses and organizations. We will have litter cleanup, green exhibits, and free giveaways, as well as bulky item drop-off and graffiti removal. So please, again, thank you, Council, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you to Art, my direct supervisor, for giving me the opportunity just to be able to speak to you all. And thank you to our city manager, Rob, as well. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And thank you to Public Works for putting this event together every year. You always have a great turnout with a lot of the kids from from the high school. So hopefully, and a lot of residents and businesses do come out. So thank you for doing and continue doing this, and keeping our city clean. And I think that's important because we're the ones who need to make sure that if we see a paper, you know what, we need to pick it up. But again, we need to educate our community that in order for us to continue having clean city, we need to put our part. So with that, thank you, and hopefully we get to see all of you out there cleaning on Saturday. If not, we'll clean for you. I will be there, and I'm sure council will be there too. And with that, if we have any more comments, we'll take a picture.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to say that it's an important, this particular celebration, Earth Day, because I think we know that there's a lot of threats out there in regards to our natural environment, our water, our air, our earth. And, it seems like there's a lot of regulations that are that have been set to protect the environment that are being threatened. And so it is timely that we really come together as a community, because I think it's important for future generations to protect our environment moving forward. And so I think we have to kind of let our other officials know that this is important, that we continue the work that we did and not go backwards. So I just wanted to make that statement, that it's so important that we come together and protect our environment. I don't see anything more important than our environment, really, and for ourselves as humans. So I just wanted to put that out there.
That's great. Thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
Yes, so we're doing bulky pickup. Are we doing any electronics pickup? Because I know that, that's been one of the other issues, that some of the residents don't know where to take their electronics, like old TVs or.
I don't remember if we're doing electronics as
Okay.
part of this particular event. There are some hazardous waste type,
Yes.
like paints and what have you, but I don't
paints,
recall
tires. Mhm.
if we're doing electronics. We do have a flyer. It'll be posted on the city's website so the community can come up and see what services will be provided on that day.
What are the hours for Saturday?
We are usually out there starting at 7:30, or that's when breakfast starts. That's when we want everybody to come out and enroll. The event usually ends at about 12:30 over lunch or so, and then after that, it's just a matter of when the community leaves. But we would like to invite everybody to come out first thing in the morning, and that's when everybody is congregating, socializing, learning from the vendors that are there, or what have you, but it's first half of the day on Saturday.
Right, because you normally start going out by 8:30. Is that? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's-
usually
if I
between-
remember 8:30.
Right, between 8 and 8:30, we're loading buses and we're on our way out.
Yeah, so be
Yeah.
there 7:30, 7:30. So
7,
you can,
7 o'clock would be a good time to arrive, and
right, because they will need to fill out waivers. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Are those waivers online if they want to fill them out before?
The waivers are not online, but we could
Oh,
put them
they're-
online.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll put them online for the event.
okay, that would be great.
Okay.
That would be
That would
helpful too.
expedite it.
Councilman Barron?
Just wanted to add that they are doing a prescription drug take back, so that, at Earth Day. So I think that's a good thing to tell our residents. For any prescription drugs that are just there old and sitting there, you can always take them in and drop them off there.
What about sharps?
What is it?
Sharps, needles, syringes.
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll advertise all the services on the flyer. I know that is a service that we've provided in the past. It's a little more specialized. I'm not quite sure if we're going to provide it for this Earth Day event.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a picture. If you can, please come up. If has any other lifeguards came in, please come in so you can be part of the picture. All right. All right, great. So at this time, if we can go into closed session, please.
The new employees.
On new employees.
I'm already going into closed session. I'm sorry. So we still, new employees.
The city council will consider receiving and filing the list of new and promoted full-time employees hired or promoted during the month of March 2025.
John.
Who's going to be first? John?
Well,
No?
good evening, council. We just have a couple of employees to introduce tonight, and I believe first on deck is Public Works, Arturo.
All right.
Arturo.
Mayor and council members, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Mr. Luis Franco as an employee. He's a great example of what dedication and hard work can do for a person's career here in Southgate. He's been with us for 4 years now, and in those 4 years, he's actually held 4 positions. So he started as a maintenance helper in February of 21. He promoted to a water meter reader in November of 21, then promoted to a water distribution operator 1 in 2023, and now he's promoting again to a water services representative 1, where he'll be working with customers and helping address some of the billing issues or disputes. I'd always like to put in a plug for what some of these folks like to do in their free time. Luis enjoys traveling, going to the beach, camping, and Formula One racing. That's first for Public Works, and but please help me welcome Luis Franco to the team.
All right. Okay, well, he's not here with us today.
He is
so-
not here with us today. He was picking up his mother at the airport like a good son, and so he couldn't make it to the council meeting tonight.
That's priorities.
Top priority.
That and
Mom's
sitting
number
there.
1.
You don't want to mess up with mom. Okay, thank you, Arturo. And our next, it's our chief.
Madam Mayor and City Council, and I know you like to hear these stories, but our newest lateral police officer, Juan Garcia Jr., is a Southgate product, born and raised here in the city, attended Bryson Elementary School, middle school, and then Southgate High School. He actually was served in the United States Army for 6 years. Thank you for your service. He attained the rank of sergeant and was deployed in Iraq. He actually was hired by the LA County Sheriff's Department, but saw the light and said, let me come back home to Southgate. And I couldn't be more proud to hire a lateral police officer or deputy sheriff from LA County. His parents still live in Southgate, so he's got incentive to come to the community and put in that work to make sure that Southgate is safe, especially for his family. He has a 9-year-old daughter named Hema. He's looking forward to protecting the residents of Southgate. It's always been his dream to give back to the community in Southgate. He does play adult recreational basketball and softball. He played with one of our guys. Apparently, he's a really good baseball and softball player, so we got somebody else for the team now. But want to introduce, why don't you come on up here? Awesome. So our newest police officer, Officer Juan Garcia. He's in our field training officer program. Glad to have him here. If you say a few words.
Is it on? Green. There we go.
Sorry. Good evening, City Council, Chief, everybody else that's here. Thank you for having me. Just like Chief said, City of Southgate is a very special place in my heart. I'm happy to serve the community and excited to represent the City of Southgate Police Department in my journey. Thank you guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back home. All right, we just want to welcome you back home, and this has been your family, and will always be your family. So welcome. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Arturo. And with that, we need to go into closed session. So can you read closed session, please?
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Item number 1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.93, B3C, A, City of Southgate versus 3M Company et al. Case number 222-CV3340-RMG, MDL number 2873. Item B, Maria Valencia versus City of Southgate et al. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9C, 1, potential case. Item number 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency representative, Rob Houston, city manager, unrepresented employees, top management, departmental directors, hourly employees. Employee organizations are Southgate MEA, Southgate PMMA, Southgate DMA, Southgate PMA, and Southgate POA. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
City Attorney, do we have anything else to?
Not at this time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, does anyone in the audience would like to speak on anything in closed session? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close it. Then do we have any emails on? No? Okay, so at this time, we're going into closed session. Okay, good evening, everyone. First of all, we're coming back from closed session, but before that, I'm going to make the announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, por favor, levanten su mano para que se les dé un audífono. Si necesitan la traducción en español. Ok, mantenga su mano arriba, por favor. Okay, so with that, we are coming from a closed session. City Attorney.
Madam Mayor, we did not finish our discussion in closed session, so there's nothing to report out right now. I would encourage the city council to make a motion to
Recess. We can
recess.
just recess
The special city council meeting, we'll go back to it after we finish the regular city council.
Do we need to have a motion or we
Yes.
just recess? Okay, so at
I'll
this
make a
time,
motion.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
Yes. Okay, so we're going back to closed session.
No, we're going to the regular meeting now.
Yes, but we're going back to closed session as soon as we're done with the regular meeting.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay. So at this time, let me get my agenda. Okay, good evening again. At this time, we are going into our Southeast City Council regular meeting of April 22nd. And we will do the invocation, Steve, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be Gabriel Perez, our newest Director of Community Development. Please stand, please.
Please bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day and all that you do provide for us, Lord. We ask you, Lord, to look after this council and this community each and every day, and especially tonight as they have to make many different and difficult decisions, Lord. We ask, Lord, that you just look after our first responders, especially all of our police officers and all of the staff in the city. In your name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Gabe?
Okay. All right, Mayor and Council, please put your hand over your heart. Ready to begin?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to City Attorney. Item number 1.
Item number 1, the City Council will consider A, conducting a public hearing pursuant to Southgate Municipal Code Section 115040.b. Item B, accepting a determination that this matter is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. C, adopting the findings as outlined in the resolution, attachment A. And D, upholding the decision the Planning Commission is to uphold the determination of the Director of Community Development to deny an extension of temporary use permit number 2020-01. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is a public hearing, so I'd just like to remind the council and the public that whenever the council conducts a public hearing, it's kind of like being in a court of law, except there's no judge. The judge is replaced by the members of the city council here. This is being recorded, and comments that are received by the city council form a part of the administrative record. And so it becomes very important for us to be able to record all comments from everyone. There's the City Council is required to make sure that we keep an adequate and accurate record here. So I would ask that as we move forward, that the public understand that the same rules applies if you were sitting in a courtroom as you are here. It's important to respect the viewpoints that are offered by everyone, whether you support them or not, so that we can keep an accurate record here. And that's the typical thing that we say here. Having said that, Madam Mayor, I do think that the representative for the applicant is here, present. And why don't we bring him up to the microphone if we can, have him introduce himself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. After the proceedings earlier today, I want to simply acknowledge your leadership and your service for this amazing city. My name is Alfred Freijo, for the record. I am an attorney at Somos Law Group, and I'm counsel for the applicant as it relates to items 1, 2, and 3 that are before you today. I'm speaking to you now to kindly request the consideration of a continuance of tonight's items and our hearing to allow for my client to consult with the city and negotiate a resolution of this matter. Our client would like to explore the withdrawal of its appeals that are before you tonight in favor of a timely and reasonable termination of the current uses at the site. While our client maintains that the use at issue is longstanding and grandfathered, it has also considered with careful consideration and frankly, heartfelt consideration, the comments of the public. It takes the concerns of the community very seriously and the input provided by the Planning Commission of this city. We understand the commitment and we agree to protecting Southgate and doing good on its promise to be a responsible business in the city. We request time to meet and confer with staff and seek your consideration to delay the hearing to allow for the time needed to submit the necessary paperwork to withdraw our appeals should a resolution with the city be reached in a reasonable timeline for terminating the use on an expedited basis be reached. We therefore ask tonight that you direct staff to meet and confer with my client, the property owners, and allow time for the parties to agree to the termination of the use on an expedited basis. We also respectfully ask that you continue our items to a date certain to provide for the time necessary for the applicant, in this case my client, to submit the necessary paperwork to withdraw its appeals in whole pending resolution with the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I just could add clarity here, the request is not for an indefinite period of time, but the City Council's next regularly scheduled meeting is May 13th. So is that the date that you'll be requesting the council to consider in order to present a resolution to the council and to the public and the withdrawal of the appeal?
That is correct. We would like to continue the matter to that date certain, and we want to reiterate that we want to clearly resolve this as soon as possible, and that date works for us. Thank you so much.
All right. So, Madam Mayor, I think that since this was agenda, thank you, Mr. Freijo. Madam Mayor, since this was a publicly noticed public hearing, we do have members of the public here, that we open it up to the public, understanding that the request before the council right now is to continue all 3 of the items on the agenda to May 13th, which would be the next city council meeting.
Okay, so at this time, open it to the audience.
Yes,
Okay, so at this time, anybody would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
all 3 items.
All 3 items, item 1, 2, and 3.
Good evening, Lisette Ruiz. I'm one of the planning commissioners that participated in the decision to deny the applicant's petition last month. And I did so, I don't know if you guys were able to listen to the meeting, but I was not convinced by the applicant on any of the issues, especially them continuing to use the right to continue to use the property for trucking services as part of their grandfathered operations for various reasons. So I was here to urge you not to overturn our decision, which was unanimous, and mostly because of the vast public input against having such an operation, because there is such a need to really change the community to make it more environmentally friendly. As you all know, we've all lived here most of our lives, and we know the history of our city. We know that a lot of the industry was put in here before a time of proper regulation, before a time where hazardous materials were properly stored, maintained, and gotten rid of. And so because of that, there's a lot of legacy contamination within that area. And there is still contamination within this subject property site. And I do empathize with the applicant about the limited use of the property. However, I think there's something that can be done with the current redevelopment of the area, especially with the community college that's coming in. I'm sure there's some sort of agreement that can be put. I'm sure the community can participate in providing ideas on what can be done with that property. And so I'm really hopeful that the applicant will be open to working with the community to provide those ideas. And with the community to really, focus and work with the city to make a viable use of this property. I'm weary about extending this beyond what would have been done if there would have been a vote of no from you guys. And so I'm really hopeful that Mr. Salinas can really make sure that this property is properly shut down, because it has gone on for too long. I know that the applicant has kind of, I don't want to say taken advantage of this appeal process to extend their use, but I'm weary about that happening now. So I would just caution council about this extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What a disappointment. Jeez Louise, this time-wasting motherfucker. I can't tell you how I was so looking forward to dump on this bastard Engel and really rip him apart. I mean, I was going to really just tear a hole in him with my public comments. The one thing I want to say is, our commissioners, they made the right call. They made the right decision. They saw no value in these two bullshit properties of Engel. And, the moment he stepped foot in this door, I'll just do my public comment now. Fuck it. The moment he stepped foot in his door, his appeal was dead. He was a dead man walking. It was dead on arrival. He had no shot at this, because our commissioners, they said to him, look, fuck this shit. We don't want this shit. We don't need this shit. Get this shit out of here. And what they do? They kicked him down the road like as if he was an empty soda can. And council members, you need to ask yourselves, what benefit do these two properties have for us? What does the city get out of it from these two properties? I mean, he's going to be creating more problems with this temporary use permit, and what was the other one? Amending the general plan. I mean, he's going to fuck up all the other businesses and properties that are around there, because he knows that his two properties aren't zoned for the shit that he wants to do. So, can't tell you how disappointed I am, and I instruct the council members to support the rulings of our planning commissioners. They got it right. That's all I have.
Next speaker, please.
I just want to remind the public, the motion that's pending before is whether to continue the public hearing or not. And so after hearing public comment, if the city council decides not to continue, then we'll open it up for the public hearing to talk about the actual merits of the appeal itself. But right now, the focus is on whether or not to continue the appeal this evening. So I would encourage the public to focus on what's pending before the
Madam Chair,
council at this time.
Yes, City Clerk.
if I can read item 2 and 3 for the record, because we're including all three.
Yeah, go right ahead.
And item number 2, the city council will consider A, conducting a public hearing pursuant to Southgate Municipal Code Section 11.50.040B. Item B, accepting the determination that this matter is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. C, adopting the findings as outlined in the resolution, attachment A. And D, upholding the decision of the Planning Commission, upholding the determination of the Director of Community Development that the legal non-conforming use of the metal processing and recycling activities at the subject property have been abandoned and can no longer be conducted, and the use of the site for truck trailer storage as a principal use unrelated to metal processing, recycling activities is not legal, non-conforming use, and must be immediately terminated. And item number 3, the city council will consider A, conducting a public hearing pursuant to Southgate Municipal Code Section 11.50.04B. Item B, accepting the determination that this matter is exempt from the California Environment Quality Act. C, adopting the findings as outlined in the resolution, attachment A. And D, denying the zone change of the subject property in IF to M3 and amendments to the community design element and housing element of the general plan regarding removing the subject property from the Southgate College District. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Speaker.
My name is Omar Ruiz. I'm 20 years old. I'm a student and a lifelong resident of Southgate. I don't think it should be delayed because it's been twice that it's been voted on and no action has been taken upon that. I am here to speak about the legal truck yard that's been operating at 8530 Alameda Street, a site that has caused pollution, danger, and disruption for years. This is not just a zoning issue. This is about business breaking the law and endangering residents and ignoring the people of Southgate. Let's be clear. The Planning Commission has voted twice to shut down this truck yard, once in May 2023 and once again in May 18th, 2025. Twice, they have reviewed the facts and listened to the community. Twice, they said this operation does not belong here, and yet Engel is still operating. Now, instead of shutting down, Engel is asking for a zone change from industrial flex to heavy manufacturing. That request is not only blatantly dangerous, it's disrespectful to the entire community. It's an attempt to legitimize the illegal activity, to double down on pollution, and to expand on the operation that never should have been existed in the first place. This yard sits directly next to the college district, an area full of young students who deserve healthy, safe environment to learn and grow. Instead, they're being exposed to diesel exhaust, loud trucks, and industrial waste. The youth of Southgate are being sacrificed for the profits of one business. For the past years, family, residents, and friends and I have worked to raise awareness about this issue. We've gathered hundreds of signatures and spoken to residents across the city, people living with asthma, people who've lost a loved one due to truck accidents, and people who can't sleep at night because of the trucks rumbling through the streets. We've reached out in every way we know how to, but the silence from this council has been deafening. If you vote to approve Engel's request, this allows the illegal truck yard to continue and expand. You're not just ignoring the Planning Commission, you're ignoring the residents, and I want to make this absolutely clear. Residents will pursue a recall of any city official who votes to protect the polluters over the people. We will not go away. We are not backing down. Our health, our future, and our city is at stake. You were elected to protect this community, not to protect corporate lawbreakers. Vote no on Engel's request. Shut down the truck yard at 8530 Alameda. Stand with the Planning Commission. Stand with Southgate's youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Jennifer Daly. Before I'm time to speak, I just have a question. Are you only asking that we speak on the delay right now? Are people still going to have a chance to give their public comment, or is this moment right now just for in regards to the delay till May
If the
13th?
matter gets continued by a vote of the council, then the public hearing will be continued to May 13th. That's correct.
Okay, so I guess I'll just go ahead and say Jennifer Daly from Sela for a Better Tomorrow. You have a lot of people here that care about this and have been talking on this for a long time. It's been 5 years that Engel has had a chance to do something about this. You guys keep pushing it back, pushing it back. There's a lot of residents here that care, and we're taking advantage of their time. These are people with more than one job, not a lot of money, not a lot of resources. This is evil to ask that they come back when they've made time to come here and speak about this. It's really unfair. The Planning Commission has now voted twice, 2023 and just a few weeks ago, unanimously no on Engel, shutting them down, no on the zone change. This should be enough for you to know that this is illegal. I mean, Eckert gave every reason why it's unlawful at the last Planning Commission. I'm hoping that you guys watched that. He spoke perfectly on it. There is no reason why Engel should get to delay this even more and take advantage of everyone else's time. You should be listening to their voices. These are the important people here, not the corporation that's not paying into the city.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Joanne, and I'm a cancer research advocate and sustainable designer. Both my parents died of cancer, and so I am deeply concerned by the cancer-causing health crisis affecting Southgate that continues to get ignored. The air, the water, the soil pollution from the illegal truck yards, as we know, Engel property. The Planning Commission did the right thing by voting to shut down this illegal contaminated truck yard twice. Their votes in 23 and again in May 2025 were the decisions rooted in public health and environmental justice, and I commend them for standing up what's right. Now it's time for the City Council to do the same. The council is well aware that this location must be terminated, and Mr. Crabtree stated in the non-compliance notification that Alan Engel on January 21st, 2025. This location should have never operated. The permit was issued by mistake and expired in 2021. This property offers no real benefit to the city, only major health risks, damages to the infrastructure. It generates no jobs, no tax, sales tax, and very little property tax. And despite operating illegal for years, it's never once received a citation. Knowing the cancer-causing risk, why would you allow this to continue? Let's be clear, this is a health emergency. Since 2000, the area around Alameda Street has been dumping site for toxic waste, contaminated soil, electronic waste, and oil. The pollution is so severe that in 2018, the EPA conducted a study on 83 homes in the area. California's acceptable lead homes is 80 ppm or less. Every single home tested far above the limit, and many homes were 5 times the limit. For arsenic, every home exceeded safe limits, with 5 homes testing at 136 times the safe limit. They're not just numbers, these are cancer-causing toxins inside the homes of Southgate, affecting families' respiratory, nervous, and digestive systems, and yet the city has no plan to clean it up. Residents live 100 feet from this dangerous VOCs emitted by this truck yard. These chemicals are proven to cause cancer, and every day they operate, families are being exposed. By continuing to allow this illegal site to operate, you're sending a clear message that the health of the residents is less important than protecting unlawful operations. The people of Southgate deserve better. You have the power and the responsibility to protect this community, to enforce your own codes, and to prioritize public health. The Planning Commission has done its job twice. Now we ask you to do yours. Vote no on the zone change and on both appeals. Protect the people, shut them down, and clean up this mess, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amber Rivera. I'm here to speak against the proposed zone change, items 1, 2, and 3 as well, but I'm going to focus on contamination because contamination doesn't care if you appeal or approve. It's going to be there until you clean it up, right? because contamination, it will continue to put communities' health and safety at risk unless it's addressed. As the lead researcher for several projects in Southeast LA, I can tell you there is a lot of contamination in the region, especially where the Jack Ingalls site is located, given that this whole region has almost 100-year history of heavy industrial and manufacturing use. State agencies like the Department of Toxic Substances Control and the State Water Board have stated that there are high levels of metal contamination and volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, in the ground and groundwater. If these VOCs are not addressed, it will lead to vapor intrusion, which is the migration of vapor-forming chemicals from the ground into buildings, like schools, residential homes, possibly even this building. And these VOCs, they're known to be toxic and can be detrimental to the central nervous system, among other health impacts, as you just heard earlier. What's worse is that if these VOCs are not addressed, it has the potential to travel to other properties because, like air, contamination has no boundaries of who it impacts. Hint, hint, ELAC is right next to Jack Ingalls. If this zone change were to happen, it would only put current and future communities like workers, residents, and students at further risk of contamination exposure, harming human health for generations to come. Just because you don't test the soil for contamination doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Community members know when there is something wrong with the soil, water, and air when they are battling many health issues just by walking outside their homes. And this is a result of incompatible land use and inequitable and racist planning policies. I urge the City Council to honor the Planning Commission's decision from a weeks ago and put people over industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Dinora Valle. My family and I were living in the city for over 39 years. 2 years ago, we decided to change our roof. So it all started with this flyer. So I'm sure that you guys have been seeing this flyer because it's been around the city for quite a while. So I called this company, GT Remodeling. So they came to my house, make a huge presentation. So
is this regarding the issue that we're speaking on right
yes.
now?
Pardon me?
Or is it regarding the issue that we're speaking on the continuation of?
No, nothing
Okay,
to do
then you're
with
gonna
that.
have to wait until it's non-agenda item. So
Oh,
this is not the
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
No,
My
no,
apologies.
Thank you. Just wait. Next item. Next item. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. I was born and raised in the exact neighborhood throughout my whole life, and I am the product of Ingalls contamination. I have to sleep with this machine. It's called a CPAP machine. Basically, if I don't sleep with this machine, I die in my sleep every night. Because of the lead and the toxins that are in the soil and the water, this is what I have to deal with. And I thought I had asthma until the doctors told me to see a specialist. I have to get this machine. Without it, I could not sleep easy. I usually die every second, basically, they said, without this. Not just that, but I'm also here for the residents because we are here because of it. We are here because we care about our environment. We care about the city. Where is he? Where is the family that's supposed to defend themselves? They have all the time and resources to dodge us, and yet they're not even here. And it's kind of making you guys look like fools because you guys actually have to be here too to listen, and they're not even here to talk to you either. So if you really do care about the community and all that, listen to us. We're here right now, and they're not. That tells you something. They're playing you like chumps. And the thing is, if you're worried about what you want to replace it with, make it a walk pad. Just a simple walk pad with benches and lights, and that's all we need. It doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to be glorious. We just need that factory out. That's it for the future generations. If not, your kids are going to sleep with this at the age of 8. I just got it right now. And I was dealing with poisons and toxins throughout my whole life, thinking that it was asthma, but it wasn't. So with that said, I suggest you guys really should check in on every resident there at their home and see how messed up the air quality is and the lead. I'm tired of this. And I never come to these meetings at all because nothing ever changes until now. This is important to me. I could not live like this anymore. And I want my future sons and daughters to live in a nice place, at least. And we have a college nearby. Come on, do better, work better, help each other out. And think of it this way. I know you guys are politicians. Think of it this way. Future voters. Think about that at least. If you back us up, we'll back you up. Fair is fair. Right is right. That's what I believe in. And that's the country I believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is David Moreno. I live at 8429 Santa Fe Avenue. Pretty much I call it the Wild West because it's technically in the city of Walnut Park, which doesn't have a city hall technically. It's a county, but that's another story. Yes, my family's been there lived there since the 70s. I'm pretty much the inheritor of my home, and Engels is right next to me. And I was here the last meeting, and I got to see Engels in person, or at least his inheritor. And he says that he was want to do his part for the community. Well, just shut it down and actually don't build another factory. We don't need another factory there. We even have a recycling center right in front of us. It's nothing but chemicals and toxins that are in the land now. Apparently, East LA College is doing the extension there. I've been a East LA College student myself, and I understand that sometimes there's hiccups in building because I noticed that where they're building the new school, it's taking forever. So I'm wondering, if these procedures are the reason for it taking so long, But I do hope that in your wisdom, as a council, do the right thing. Just saying no, because this is going to keep going on and on and on, and I'm not getting any healthier either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Javier. I'm a resident of Southgate. While we do love a good community attendance turnout, I also find it hard to fathom the fact that this has been an ongoing and legal operation going on and affecting the livelihoods of our own community. And our legislative body has allowed this to continue happening, not only wasting our time here today, but now having about 15 to 20 constituents here almost on a monthly basis. Speaking about this is a complete disregard for the constituents' time and efforts. We as a community are pleading with you and are also watching very closely about how you decide to move forward and navigate this. I do, and we should, uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to uphold the determination of the Director of Community Development to deny an extension of temporary use, as we have and done so in 2021, 2023, a few weeks ago, also unanimously, right? And I just want to add that I'm tired of seeing corporations and wealthy families like the Engels who contaminate our community with lead and VOCs. It's not acceptable. And I also want to reiterate the city's vision statement, which, I hope we're all very aware of it, as a legislative body, and I hope we kind of think about that as we make that decision and move forward in this direction, according to the city's vision statement, which goes, we envision a thriving, safe, and inclusive community where everyone has the opportunity to access exceptional services, education, and support to be resilient and live full, vibrant lives. And seeing, a constituent one or two ago with that, medical device is kind of alarming, and it's it just kind of, I'm glad he's here, and I'm glad the whole community's here, and we're standing together. We're upset, and we're urging you guys to stop this from continuing on happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Janet Preciado Vargas, and I am a Southeast LA youth organizer for Communities for a Better Environment. I stand before you today because I have the privilege of working directly with Southgate High School students through our on-campus Environmental Justice Club Youth Action. This group of youth are passionate about making a change in their communities that have been marked by decades of environmental racism. On March 18th, I stood in front of the Planning Commission with over 24 public comment letters from Youth Action Club members demanding the city prioritize the health and safety of their families over profit. Southgate students urged the Planning Commission to deny the proposed zoning change from industrial flex to heavy manufacturing. They detailed fears of their families' health being negatively impacted even further by the major polluters surrounding the place they call home, where they go to church, where they go to school. I told our youth members that every time that I have to stand up here, I am shaking. I'm shaking right now. But there are a few Southgate High School youth actions. Can y'all raise your hand if you're from Southgate High School, please? Thank you. And I urge them to come here today and face their fears just like I do every time I stand up here. So they demanded their right to clean air, clean water, and clean soil. I am here at City Hall on this Earth Day with 44 public comment letters from Southgate High School students, some of which they have their public comment letter in their hand ready to go. To ask that you listen to your residents and youth voices advocating for their loved ones and future generations living in this city. There are homes and schools right across the street from this site, and there has not been proper environmental assessments, which are imperative considering the potential for the site to be a source of contamination already, as suggested by DTSC investigation of a nearby site. There are legacies to consider far beyond that of Jack Engel. Let your residents' legacies have a chance of blooming in a city that puts community first. Let's create legacies of environmental justice and positive change. Please vote no on this proposed zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, guys. I have a lot to say, but since we can't speak on it yet, Engel has been stalling for a while. I work with kids on the autism spectrum, and these contaminants are so damaging, and lead specifically is linked to behavioral issues and learning difficulties. How much longer are we going to stall this? How many more toxic chemicals, dust, all of this are going to go into the air and hurt these residents? We need to just get this over with.
Thank you.
Also, happy Earth Day.
Yes, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Thomas Buckley. I'm a lifetime resident here in the city of Southgate. Most of you know me. I know most of you. I come here today on behalf of the residents. I come here today on behalf of my daughter, who's doing a project for UCLA specific to this. And I'm very proud of our residents today. I think this is a very important topic that we have. Whenever I introduce people to the council meetings, I always say that, we stand before the VIPs. And of course, the VIPs are right behind me, right here seated. And I want you to listen to the VIPs, what they're saying today. It's very clear. I'm fortunate to have a lot of clients who are doctors and lawyers. I would say the majority of my clients are lawyers. And in discussing things like this with negotiations, there's two things that I know for certain. One is that a lawyer will never approach you when things seem great and ask you to renegotiate. It's a very weak position that they are in right now. They will never do that. In fact, they will keep quiet and just let the proceedings continue. So why is this client in a weak position? It's because we have VIPs. It's because we have a planning commission that has voted unanimously. It's because it's quite clear. It's in the air. Second thing is negotiations in of itself. When you have negotiations, both sides come out unhappy. That is inherent negotiation. So while I'm filled with alacrity being here today, I would also like to see this issue closed once and for all. And I agree with our other people concerned with the earth and our citizens that we need to put closure to this. It's clear, it's evident. Let's not waste our community's time. All of you are at the podium facing the VIPs of the city because you were here elected to represent them. and you are duly representatives, and you're all we have to fulfill these people's requests and their needs and their health concerns. There is way too much autism, there is way too much cancer, and the more variables that we can pull out. We've already got brown water issues, all of you know that. We need to pull out as many health variables as we can, get the pollutants out, and I don't just mean chemical pollutants, I mean pollutants that are trying to stay here in our city. We have people who are a cancer to our city, not just the chemicals themselves. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Lillian Buckley. That's my dad over there. So, yeah, I'm currently conducting research with UCLA, and I just want you to know that this is not just something that the citizens are bringing up and that they see, but that as a resident here, I also see, and UCLA will see as well. Anyone who wants to give me your voice, your input, any contact information, please let me know. Again, I'm doing research for them, so that's why I just want to let everyone in this room know.
Next speaker.
Hola, muy buenas noches, señores del jurado.
Good evening, all council members.
Mi nombre es Gabriel Guerrero, vivo
My
aquí en la
name is
ciudad de
Gabriel
Southgate
Guerrero. Por favor, si me da-
por más de 55 años.
I've been living here for more over 55 years.
Ya. La razón de mi visita hoy en día es para pedirles
The reason for my visit tonight is to ask you for
que no permitan esos permisos para esa compañía que nos está envenenando
for
a
you to
todas,
not continue with these permits with this company that
Ah.
is poisoning our community
todas nuestras familias.
and all of our families.
También soy miembro de CB trabajando para comunidades, para un mejor ambiente ya
I'm
por 20
also a
años.
member of a company that works for a better environment.
Entonces yo les pido, me urge.
I am asking you
De verdad,
urgently
estoy muy molesto
I am
por
very
esta
upset
compañía que nos está
with
contaminando
this
ahí.
company that is
A
contaminating
menos de 100 pies, ahí
less
están
than
las
100 feet
viviendas
from
ahí.
us.
También están los niños, los estudiantes que están
Also
yendo
very close to the students
a ILAC.
in East
So,
LA College.
esta no puede ser allí.
This cannot continue there.
Una investigación de DTC, Departamento de Sustancias Públicas,
There's an investigation being done.
en el sitio dice que esta compañía
Shows that this company
es un peligro, es un gran peligro
is
para
a high
estar
risk
aquí en
for
nuestras
our
comunidades. Nos va a traer
communities.
cánceres
And brings cancer
y muchísimos más enfermedades, problemas de
and a lot
respiración.
of other illnesses, including breathing.
Inclusive las niñas, las señoritas antes de tener bebé ya van a tener sus niños
Young ladies
infectados por tantos
that have not had any
químicos
children will now be
volátiles
bearing
que andan
children with all
en
kinds
el
of
aire.
illnesses because of these
Entonces,
pollutants in the
les
environment.
urge, les pido a
I urge
ustedes
you,
que de
please,
favor no le den permiso
Do not
a esta
continue with this
compañía.
permit for this company.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hola, buenas noches, miembros
Good
del
evening, all members of council.
Concilio desde Southgate. Mi nombre es José Luis Silva y vivo en la
My name is José
en
Luis Silva,
Walnut Park.
and I live in Walnut Park.
Estoy aquí para pedirles que se opongan a este
I am here asking you
cambio
to please
de
oppose
zonificación
to this zoning
y le den prioridad a la salud
and for
de
you to
las-
please prioritize health
de los vecinos del sureste de Los Ángeles.
of all of the neighbors in the southeast region.
El cambio de esta zona permitiría
Change of the zoning would allow
manufacturas pesados tales como refinerías y manufactura de químicos
the manufacturing of
a menos
chemicals
de 100 pies de las casas de
less than
los
100 feet
residentes.
from all these homes.
Voy a añadir
Additionally,
añadir más industrias pesadas
more industry, heavy industry,
sin evaluación del medio ambiente
without an assessment for environment,
adecuada, solo empeorará la situación de
make
las
it worse
familias que viven
for all of the families nearby.
aquí. Esta compañía de
This
Jack
company
Engel
of the
ya
Engel family
tiene caso abierto desde el 2008,
has
mayo
an
del
open case since
2008,
2008,
en la cual se le denunció que
and it had been
hacía ruidos,
found
producía mucho polvo
that it
hacia
was making a lot of
la
dust and noise
comunidad allí de Walnut Park.
in Walnut Park.
Me gustaría que pues no les dieran los permisos.
I would like for you
y-
to
y
consider
en lugar
not to
de
allow this
eso
permit.
se construyera algo mejor.
Instead, that you build something better than that.
Por favor, denle su
Please
atención.
give that
Gracias.
your attention. Thank you.
Gracias. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Okay, then we're closing the audience section. One more? Okay, if you're going to speak, please stand on the side so we know how many speakers are still speaking.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia Alemán
My name is Claudia Aleman.
y vivo aquí en la ciudad de Southgate por más de 24 años.
I've lived here in Southgate for over 24 years.
Toda esta gente que estamos aquí hemos dejado de hacer cosas
All of us that are here present tonight have left things to come here
que son importantes para nosotros,
that are important to us
para venir aquí,
to be here tonight,
alzar nuestra voz
to raise our voices
por algo que es importante para nosotros como comunidad.
for something that's important to us as a community.
Y creo que lo menos que merecemos
And I think the least that we deserve
es atención.
is your attention.
Y es una falta de respeto
And it's a lack of respect
que toda la gente que pasa a hablar aquí
that all the people that are here
Ni
coming
si-
to this podium
ni
to speak,
siquiera le toman el tiempo de escucharlos por estar con el teléfono.
you're not even paying attention because you're on the phones.
Toda esta gente,
All of these people,
incluyéndome, pagamos impuestos
including me, we pay taxes
para pagarle su cheque a todas las personas que están aquí
to pay
presentes.
from our checks to salaries to all of these people here present tonight.
Por favor, por lo menos tengan
Please,
un
at
poco de
least
respeto
Have a little respect
y dejen ese
and
teléfono
put your phones down
y pónganos atención.
and pay attention to it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Zoeli Ortiz, and I'm a Southgate resident for about 12 years now. I'm also a master's student and researcher at USC, and I do research in environmental justice spaces. I wasn't actually aware of this issue until coming to this meeting, and I'm really glad that I did because Southeast LA and Southgate specifically is a place that we as researchers research a lot for environmental injustices. And it's a real shame that my hometown gets grouped into these kind of conversations. And now I see a chance for Southgate to move forward and do something different so that we're not grouped into that group of an environmentally unjust city. And I think you as city council members have a really big opportunity to make a change in the positive direction so that, you know, future research can see Southgate as a positive case study of what to do when there's environmentally unjust companies in a city. So I think that's a really big opportunity for you all as city council members. And just from a research perspective, yeah, I'm really tired of reading about Southgate as, you know, a bad place to live when I know it's not a bad place to live. And there's tons of really great people here who are calling you to action to do something about this. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Alejandra Colin Banda. I'm a member of Communities for a Better Environment and a student at Southgate High School. I oppose changing A530 Alameda Street to heavy manufacturing because we already have enough polluting and there is no reason to put more pollution into the air. It doesn't just affect humans or people, it also affects animals. Animals should have a voice too, and they also get affected by this pollution. I think it is extremely wrong to add more pollution into the air because it affects our families. I live in Southgate and attend Southgate High School, and I've seen pollution, and it's not a joke. The amount of pollution factories is hurtful. I am extremely worried about harmful chemicals underground and just how families nearby are already at risk. We need to an environmental study before making any changes. It hurts to think that people actually want more pollution in the air when it also affects their families and animals as well. It also affects families and their plants, which can die due to soil pollution. I'm also in the soccer team. I attend soccer team at Southgate High School, and I play in cross country, and track. So I know how bad it is because I run and I practice in the same air, and it's pretty bad. And it's also like doesn't just affect me, but the students at my school and like people around us, and also like the animals around us because they breathe in the same air as us. So they're also important too. And I hope you consider not adding more pollution into this, like the air. And I urge the city council to say no to this zoning and change until a for environmental study is done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, City Council. My name is Addie Cortez. I go to Southgate High School, which most of you guys know. I oppose changing 8530 Alameda Street to heavy manufacture. Because I play sports, I play softball at the high school. I'm worried that how this would affect my performance, my health, and also including others. Hopefully, you guys make a decision today and say no. I do not want to come back again while we're all here today to make the final decision, hopefully. I'm mostly concerned about the pets and obviously the youth that's playing at the JA. I would love to mention the young kids there. I do not want them breathing this air and then being affected by it. Because I would love for them to be future Lady Rams or just Mighty Rams of all. I want them to play in the high school, be healthy and be strong because I'd love to continue on playing for you guys and representing Rams. And that's all I have to say today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Kate Lebercian. I am a USC student and also resident of Southgate. I couldn't sit back and listen to my community plead to you guys of this case. I am a social work student, so social justice is a big thing in my heart. And sorry, it's emotional because I don't come to these meetings and to see just them pleading to you guys of this need that is harming our community to be a resident for 25 years, being born here, to get to run around these streets. It's heartbreaking to see so many people have these illnesses. And, I recognize, we don't always have the great water and stuff. And, I ignore it because, it's like, hopefully it'll get better. But, I have a voice too. And, I decided to take the chance now. I came to talk about a different matter and I couldn't, sit back. So I hope that you guys vote now to make a change. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. I think it's embarrassing that this has taken so long. It's been going on for months. Al, look at me. It's embarrassing that you treat constituents like that. Stay off your devices. We deserve your attention with this. What you have before you right now is a company that's been operating illegally for 5 years. How does that happen? Especially with all the environmental problems that are with it. We have brown water. I wasn't going to come here tonight, but I saw a gentleman when I was watching on YouTube with the CPAP machine. How can you guys deal? What goes through your minds? I just don't get it. But you know what? And I started thinking about it. There's a pack called Building Bridges, and 4 of you are tied to that pack. In fact, you wouldn't be sitting here without the support from that pack. And somebody that's donated to that pack is actually in cahoots with the Eagle Group. It's everybody except Pilar. Pilar, you're not involved with this at all, but the rest of you are. So I think you guys have a tough decision right now. Do you appease your corporate bosses, or do you look at all these people behind you? And do you do what you were elected to do? Now, you may not understand it, but there's already recall papers being drawn on you guys. And you know, I'm going to be the first signature on that for you. But I'm hoping you guys do the right thing. And that's saying no to everything. Do not delay this hearing any longer. I take time out of my day. Other people take time out of their day. And this is just a stall tactic. But you know what? We're going to keep coming. We will keep coming. Do the right thing tonight. I really do hope that you can look at the people that are really suffering. I just can't get that guy's image out of my head with that CPAP. You guys saw it firsthand right here. That should be enough to say no to this Engel group. And I just don't get 5 years. 5 years. How does that go on? How does it go on? And then they want to change their zoning also. You're going to reward them for breaking the law, the laws that you guys passed, the ones that you enforce with us. Why is that? I need to get a permit to do a room addition, and these guys can operate for 5 years without a permit. Why is that? Because they have money? They donate to your PAC that pays $4,000 for canvassers? Is that what the difference is? By saying yes today, you say yes to corporations and you say no to the residents. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marisela Talamantes.
Good evening. My name is Marisela
Talamantes,
Alamantes,
residente primero de Huntington Park,
resident first of Huntington Park,
después de Downey
and then of Downey,
y ahora de Linwood.
and then now of Linwood.
Ayer llegué de México en la noche
Last night, I arrived back from Mexico,
y estoy aquí apoyando a mis
but I'm here
compañeros
today supporting our friends
en la cuestión del permiso de otra contaminación más
regarding this permit that's being asked
que quieren traer más a nuestras ciudades del sureste.
to bring to our southeast cities.
Aprovecho la oportunidad también.
I also take advantage of this opportunity.
Siempre me he hecho esta pregunta.
I've always asked myself,
¿Por qué los representantes de cada ciudad
why the representatives of each city
permiten que se contaminen cada vez más nuestras comunidades?
allow our communities to become more contaminated?
Una compañía que tiene años
A company that has a lot of
de estar
years
contaminándonos
contaminating us,
es la que está en la Garfield
the one on Garfield
y la Stewart and Gray.
and Stewart and Gray.
Paso bien seguido por ahí
I pass by there all the time,
y es una peste insoportable.
and it smells really bad.
Y yo digo, ¿dónde están nuestros representantes? ¿Por qué permiten
And I
eso?
always wonder, where's our representatives and why do they allow this?
Tengo entendido que les venden cierta cantidad de puntos de contaminación,
I understand that they sell certain contaminants.
pero eso ya es tóxico a lo máximo.
That is top secret at max.
Entonces, por favor, no sé, los de Planning Commission,
Please, I don't know if it's the Planning Commission
si hay su departamento que tenga que ver con eso,
or if
que
there's a
hagan su
certain
trabajo.
department that has to do their job.
Hacemos nosotros mucho trabajo comunitario,
We do a lot of work in our community
voluntario,
as a volunteer
sin sueldo,
without pay.
y a los que los están pegando no están haciendo su trabajo.
And these that are breaking the law that are not doing their job.
Usted me conoce, María, por años
You know me, Maria, for
del
years.
servicio a la comunidad sin sueldo.
I do service to the community without a salary.
Por favor, haga que los que tienen sueldo hagan su trabajo. Gracias.
Please allow those that have a salary to do their job. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janet Esmeralda Vasquez, and I just wanted to say that I'm confused, right? It seems like this has been voted on twice already, so why is it still being discussed? Seems like this company or corporation wants to roll the dice, keep on rolling them until they get what they want, while the community is being clear with you that we do not want any more corporations, especially in a time in our nation where healthcare is unaffordable. We cannot afford to get sick. We cannot afford to have sick kids or anybody for that matter. So I don't really trust politicians because y'all rarely do the right thing. But I hope that you respect the people that have elected you instead of corporations, right? Because we need to put people over profit.
Next speaker. Being none, I'm going to close the audience section. Do we have any emails?
We have none.
No emails. City Attorney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. At this point, the request is to continue the public hearing to the regular meeting of the City Council on May 13th. So that is the request of the applicant. And if the council wants to take up that request, it would be in the form of a motion.
Okay, council?
I just would like a little bit of a clarification. When the attorney spoke, there was they said a few times termination of use, right? That's the discussion is going to be held. Is that the understanding from our city attorney, that that's what's going to be discussed?
My understanding is that the request for additional time is to allow for the applicant to propose conditions that would be acceptable to the city council with respect to the termination of the use of the property for its current use, including a withdrawal of the appeal that would include the zone change as well as the continued trucking use.
Any other council member? No, okay. Anyone else? So the action is to take a motion whether to continue this item to May 30th.
May 13th.
May 13. Okay, what's the wish of council?
But real quick, I just have a question. So they're asking for continuation, and if we were to say no, would they be prepared to address the issue tonight?
If tonight's been noticed as a public hearing, Councilmember Hurtado, so if the request is not to continue it, then we'd move forward with the public hearing this evening.
My question is, I didn't hear from the attorney. Are they prepared to address it tonight?
We could bring the attorney, but it is public. It is a public hearing. If you want, we could ask him to come forward.
Can you please come forward?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members. Alfred Freiel for the record, counsel for the applicant. As was indicated previously, our preference is to continue the matter. Our expectation is that our client, as indicated previously, has given me authority to represent tonight that our interest is to withdraw the appeals and not proceed with the presentations that we would otherwise make as it relates to those appeals because they would be rendered moot should we proceed with our intention, which is to close out the use at the site as has been requested and recommended by commission. That is really the preference. The hearing tonight as it relates to the items that were agendized were done at the request of my client. And our preference is not to proceed with those items so long as we can provide the city assurances that we're closing out the use.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to continue the item to May 13.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Roll call, please.
More questions on that?
Go ahead.
So if we continue the item, that will be the final. Is that what we're trying to get to? And the reason I ask the question is this, right? So when we get elected, we have opportunities to make improvements to the community. And back in 2015, we took a vote to change that zone to stop these kind of companies from coming in. That company was grandfathered in. However, there was a gap that gave us the opportunity to remove what they were doing. But they've been continuing to operate, and our staff has been pretty much letting them know what you're doing is against our ordinance, you need to stop, but they continue to do it. And that concerns me. So if we have an opportunity to put this to a final thing, I'm willing to listen to that. But I'm just tired of having to address this over and over again. Some of the things that I'm sorry, no, please. We wouldn't allow them to applaud for you. Don't applaud for me either. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to have where they're applauding me for the same thing. Somebody mentioned Garfield and Stewart and Gray. I live less than 500 feet from there. So I know what you're talking about. And there's not much I can do about that. But I wish that we could. Autism, my grandson's on the spectrum. Breathing issues, that's me. I have to take some spray and some medicine for that. The reason why we're here is that legally, when a decision is made, applicants have an appeal process, and that's where we're at. So it's not like we're trying to push it more and more. But I think like everyone here, I think we're all pretty much tired of dealing with this. So again, if we have an go ahead.
To answer your question, the request is just to continue it May 13th. Council can indicate to the applicant that there'll be no further continuances as part of that motion.
Okay, so if the motion is to continue, I will tell you right now, I don't think we're going to go past that because I think we're all pretty much tired of having to listen to the same thing over and over again.
Absolutely.
So, all right.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Just for clarification purposes.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
If I'm understanding the applicant's attorney correctly, you are withdrawing the appeal. Is that correct?
On all three.
On all three items?
That's what it said.
The request is to continue the item so that we can proceed with a formal withdrawal. That is correct. The purpose of the continuance is so that we can work with staff at the direction of this council to provide for what we believe is the proper termination of the use. That would be the result if we don't continue with the appeal, that we would withdraw both the request for a zone change, we would withdraw the appeal for the temporary use permit, and we would withdraw the appeal of the director's determination related to their judgment that the use is no longer grandfathered. So that determination would be the final determination. As was mentioned by the council member, absolutely. The reason why we are here is not because of a delay, it's because you have created the proper administrative appeal process for any decision that's made by the commission. And so just to summarize and answer your question directly, our intention is to withdraw those appeals, but we need the time necessary to work with staff to delineate what the process would be for the termination of the use, the wind down of that use at the site. That's the intention of our client. We have heard from the community. We considered the Planning Commission's position on it. As was represented in the record, our position is different from the Planning Commission's position. We believe we had a grandfathered use. That grandfathered use does not rely on any permits from the city. That's why it's considered grandfathered. Notwithstanding our position that we think is correct on the facts and the merits of our advocacy, we believe that it is time to close out the use without further delay. But we're asking for this continuance at a time certain with no further extensions so we can adequately discuss what that process of the wind down would be with staff.
I would genuinely hope that you can take back to your clients what has proceeded tonight and the concerns of the residents.
I appreciate that, council member. In response to that, I certainly will communicate that. They are participating virtually now. And as I mentioned, we take this very seriously. We appreciate the consideration that the council has given us and look forward to coming back and presenting the closeout confirmation.
And just to add one last thing, at least for this, so you can take this part back, is that the decision that was reached was actually back in 2015 to stop that kind of business, that kind of use. I think when you look at, for those people who don't know me, I have a degree in global studies, which are environmental issues that impact. And I got to tell you, in just about every class I took, the Southeast area was mentioned. And why is that? Because you don't see this happening in affluent areas. You see this happening in the Southeast areas. And I think we're pretty much tired of it. And every policy that's made at the state, even at the state level, all they're doing is they're piling us up. It's like they're putting us, all the low-income people, into communities like Southgate. We're overpopulated here. And the policies that are being made are just adding more and more people, overcrowded schools, no parking, all this other stuff, So when we sit up here, we set policy to stop some of that. And one of them was in 2015 to stop this type of business from coming and operating in the city of Southgate. And we understood back then that those that were already here were grandfathered in. We got that. But once we have an opportunity to move people out, that's what we do. And I think the Planning Commission, we appoint the people to make those decisions. And I got to tell you, none of us tell our commissioners how to vote, but we respect what they do. And again, thank you to all the people that came out here tonight. I got to tell you, there's not one person up here that doesn't listen to you, because we live here too. And as I mentioned to the lady earlier, I live at the mobile home park right there by Garfield and Stewart and Gray, and it's pretty bad there.
All right,
Thank
so we have a motion
Yes,
and a
and,
second on the table.
Councilman Rios wants to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Frajel, for being here tonight. But it's a damn shame that the ownership is not here. I'm really upset with that, because if they really cared, they would be here. I mean, because if this is important, they should have been here, and they're not present today. So I'm really disappointed that they're not here, and you're here representing them. I understand that. Today is Earth Day, folks. And it's an important day for especially today, and what's going on at the federal level, right? We know what's going on with our water and air and all the deregulation that's going on. They're taking all away all those safeguards we have to protect our environment. And let me say, Mr. Ingalls, well, you're not Mr. Ingalls, sorry, but Mr. Ingalls, the company has been irresponsible for too
So,
long.
Mr. Councilman Rios, I just, we still have a public hearing.
I need to make my comments, City Attorney.
I understand that, and I would just respectfully remind the entire council that the merits of the appeal are not presently before this council. What is on the table is a motion to.
But this is related
continue.
information.
I will defer to you. I just needed to make that statement.
Okay, I understand, but this is really what I'm here. I'm disappointed that the ownership's not here, and the community is here, present, and I appreciate that. And so the Planning Commission has made its decision. It's been a long time. This has been a long time. It's before the trucks were there, the containers. It was a metal recycling, crushing the metal. And that was going out into the community. For many years, the harm has been done. We've seen it today. We witnessed this today. So I'm very, it's about time you come to and you want to work something out, but isn't it a little late to do that now? I mean, we've been waiting a long time. So, that's where I'm coming from. I'm coming from a position that this should have been resolved a long time ago. And somebody mentioned it. Now that the company feels vulnerable, now they're bringing this before, trying to find a way to bring closure to. But I just can't. I'm with the. I just can't vote for a continuance.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
No.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
No.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. This will,
I'm sorry.
this will, this will be continued to May 13. Thank you, everyone. Okay, City Attorney. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Can I have quiet back there, please? I know. I told them 10 minutes, they need to be here. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dominguez.
Oh, well, we're supposed to stick together on that.
Okay, so we all heard what the fucking mayor said 2 council meetings ago when she made the stunning statement that the Gateway City's COG went to Sacramento and scored 104 million for a fiber optic cable, and Gavin Newsom signed off on this. So the thing I want to say is I would like an update as to when we're going to get fiber optic cable. The mayor stated that it's supposed to be done and implemented by the end of 2026. And my thinking is once we get this fiber optic cable, this is really going to be the game changer that's going to enable us to have a phone-based call-in feature, or even the possibility of bringing in Zoom, because we're talking about more bandwidth, greater connectivity, and what is it? The speed at which the data moves and data gets transferred. So I would like, again, for the city to keep tabs on when the fiber optic cable will be implemented and brought here to our city hall. And the other thing I wanted to hit on is I was speaking with Richard Iglesias, the city clerk of Cudahy, and he was telling me how, yes, Cudahy has Zoom and the residents can use Zoom, and how they don't have any system failures with their Zoom system. But he was telling me also how the residents have a second option of viewing their meetings. So it turns out that Cudahy live streams their meetings on their city's website. So I would like the city to get a hold of a Granicus representative and inquire if we can live stream our meetings on our city's website with the Granicus system. And then this got me to thinking, well, the Metro Board of the LA County Board of Supervisors and the Metro Board of Directors, they both use a call-in feature, but I found out that the LA County Board of Supervisors, AT&T is the provider of their call-in feature. And then I was thinking back, well, wait a second, well, what if Granicus, how about if they provide a phone-based call-in feature? I would like the city to get a hold of a Granicus representative and inquire, does Granicus offer a phone-based call-in feature for city council meetings, and to explore this service if they offer it, and to inquire 2 things if they do. 1, how much does that service cost, a phone-based call-in feature? And then 2, how much would it cost with an operator, someone manning the phones and the calls, so that's one less duty for our city clerk. So if you could pursue this matter with exploring whether or not Granicus offers a phone-based call-in feature for our city council meetings, and if so, if they have an operator that can operate and man the calls, and then again, give us updates on the implementation of the fiber optic cable. I would very much like to hear about that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi again, Zoeli Ortiz. I am a concerned resident of Southgate. I live on Garfield Avenue between Southern Avenue and Imperial Highway. I am urging the city council and the city manager to investigate traffic control and safety measures on Garfield Avenue. Like I mentioned, I'm an urban planner and I do work in environmental justice, but I also know a thing or 2 about traffic. So despite Garfield Avenue being majority residential, our street is susceptible to high speeds and truck traffic, which have led to tragic outcomes. In the past 12 years, our family alone has lost 3 cars due to reckless drivers speeding down our street and totaling our cars. We are a working class family, and losing 3 cars has put us under extreme financial stress. My neighbors have also had cars totaled, their homes crashed into, and even a life lost. Many of my neighbors are parents of young children, which makes these safety concerns that much more dire. I urge you to look into traffic control and safety measures on Garfield Avenue. I understand that Garfield is a truck route, which is why stop signs and speed bumps have not been an option. I recommend adding a traffic light at the intersection of Glady Street to slow down traffic along Garfield. A traffic light here would still allow enough of a turn radius for trucks to get through and would allow time for trucks to come to a safe stop. If for whatever reason a traffic light is not feasible here, all truck traffic may be rerouted to Atlantic Avenue, which is an already commercial corridor that has ample stoplights. These options will prioritize the safety and health of Garfield Avenue residents over trucks and goods movement. Southgate's general plan states they will build a better tomorrow for future generations, but this cannot be done when residents of Garfield Avenue live in fear every day. Implement traffic control and safety measures beyond just the center median on Garfield Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Yes, go ahead.
Good evening again. My name is Dinora Valle. I've been living in the city of Southgate for 39 years. And like I said before, my husband and I, we decided to replace our roof 2 years ago. We signed a contract. First, we found this flyer in our door, and it's been all over the city of Southgate. So I contacted them, and this guy came, make a huge presentation. So we decided to sign a contract with them, this company, GT Remolation. So it was on Thursday. So Saturday, after when we came back from my grandson baseball game, we found our house without roof. So on Saturday, so we all knew that. You guys not open on Friday. So anyways. So I said, well, we already have a contract, so they know what they're doing. So they removed the roof during rain season. So they promised me that the roof will be, the new roof will be installed in 2 weeks. So we ending without roof for a month. It rained 3 times before they installed the new roof. The first time that it rained, I fell because my mom was screaming in her room. So because, it was dripping water all over my house. So I fell and I got injury. So anyway, after that, they replaced, the roof. So it passed 3 months. After 3 months rain for the first time in August the 20th, and it dripped water again with the new roof. So they came back and patched the new roof. So around that time, they promised me that they will fix my house. I called my house insurance, and they told me if they are like refusing to do something, and I said, no, they're not. They are promised me that they will fix my house and pay for my losses. So anyway, around that time when they fixed again, the roof, I'm sorry, my English is not that good. I'm trying my best. They present to me 3 documents saying that if I sign that papers, I'm not going to be allowed in the future to open a claim against them. So I refused to sign those documents because they told me, you sign those documents, you don't pay for the roof, but I don't want to ending with the roof that every time there's raining, I have to pay to tarp it, to cover the roof. So I say, no, I'm not gonna sign those papers. So they got really upset, and they now sued me, and I'm in court right now because they want me to pay for that roof. So the reason why I'm here is because, they know that somehow they are protected by the law.
Okay,
Because
your
the
time
money
is
that I'm
up.
paying.
Your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But if somebody can give her their card so they can have a further conversation.
Okay.
And I think this is community development, is that correct?
We'll have Gabriel get contact information and work with her.
Okay.
Yeah, because everything is because I don't want another family went through the same thing
Okay.
with this company.
Yeah, they'll
just-
give you their cards or get your information, and they will continue this conversation with you. Thank you.
Just to be clear, it could be something like Better Business Bureau. It's unlikely it's directly city related, but
Okay.
if there's a way we can help
Okay.
direct her, that may be more likely, but we'll work on it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Lisette Ruiz on Kaufman. I submitted a couple pictures earlier today regarding the continuing blocking of pretty much pedestrian walkways through the corners. I live on the area around that is south of Tweedy Boulevard. And, as I mentioned before, I go running through my neighborhood a lot and continue to see these people just park pretty much almost blocking the corner. And it happens everywhere. And I submitted extra picture of the empty street around that area, which kind of made me wonder why they're even doing this. If, I'm pretty sure everybody knows that there's a law against parking, 20 feet from a corner, from a crosswalk. And there's all this parking around there. And there should be really no excuse to continue parking and almost blocking these crosswalks. It's really hard to see cars coming, especially, with EVs that are pretty silent. We've had a few close calls and it's not even dark sometimes. And these people still just park almost at the corner of the streets. And, I'm really calling for, PD to send more patrols and start ticketing folks. I mean, I understand that, they haven't gotten to paint the curbs, but, the law passed and people should already know that they're not supposed to be parking on these corners. And so, just to make this a little vague, I am a little concerned about the city's continuance and lack of urgency when it comes to environmental matters. I did submit a link to an article a couple of weeks ago regarding Jeff Bonta's lawsuit regarding CEQA. And CEQA is pretty clear on, doing environmental reports for operations that can inadvertently harm the environment. My concern with tonight's decision and other decisions that have been taken by council is that that is not taken seriously. My concern with the decision tonight, and I'll email you guys about it, is that it can be taken as an extension to the Engels for them continuing their legal practices, which may put the city in a vulnerable place to get sued. So, yeah. And as a taxpayer, I'm not too happy about wasting money on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm back. Janet. So I'm here because 2 weeks ago, the city went to my mother's house and chopped off 2 trees. I called the city to see why that had been done. They said that someone had called to say that they wanted them cut. I checked in with my family and that's not true, right? The call was made to ask whether the city would trim the trees. It was a question. The city said, no, we don't trim the trees. That was the end of the conversation. We were going to look into us going somewhere to get the trees trimmed, but they were cut, fully pulled out, okay? That's not okay, right? On top of that, those trees were probably older than I am. They were planted by our family, right? That they meant something. On top of that, they were Flor de Isote trees. We're Salvadoran. That is our national flower. That meant something to us, right? On top of that still, those trees gave edible flowers. Those flowers were shared with the community. Anytime neighbors came up to us and asked us for some, we would share it with them. During a time when it's so hard to afford your rent, your groceries, for the city to just go out there and cut trees without even a notification, without even a conversation, that's not fucking acceptable. We want the city to make it right. We want the city to go back and plant 2 trees where our trees were. And we want them to be fruit trees or something, so that again, the community can get something out of this, because those trees were not hurting anyone. When I called and I spoke to the people, they said, oh, the only reason they would be pulled out is if they have a disease or something to do with the plumbing, which is not the case. So I don't know who I have to speak to, whose number I have to get, but I hope that this gets resolved.
What's the address?
It's 10458 Stanford Avenue. Thank you.
I'm
Thank
sorry, I got to ask you a question. Is this on the sidewalk or on your property?
It's on the sidewalk, but again, I did look up and I saw that the city can't just go cut down the trees, right? So it's not in our actual yard, but still, that was not the right process.
Yeah, you can follow up with.
Yeah,
Dr. Guda.
Art, and if you can give us an update also, because that seems, I don't know if the city did that or somebody else went out.
They
and did
said,
that.
the workers said that those were the orders that they received from their manager. Again, we don't hold it against the workers. They were just doing their job. This comes out of city council because when I called, they said, oh yeah, we received the call and oh yeah, they weren't supposed to do that. So
We'll have to
Thank
look
you.
into
Oh, he will
that.
follow into
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Next House Speaker.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. Again, I'll introduce myself. My name is Kate Lee. I'm a proud resident of Southgate and a master's student at USC School of Social Work. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my neighborhood, Holladale, which I've called home my entire life. It's not just where I live, it's where I grew up, where I found my sense of identity, and where I hope future generations find theirs as well. Growing up in Holladale, I remember the joy of playing in the park, walking through my neighborhood, and seeing communities come alive through youth activities and neighborhood events. But today, that energy feels faded. Longstanding businesses have closed, familiar faces have moved away, and those of us who have stayed have watched our neighborhood become quieter and more isolated. We've often seen as a pass-through community, somewhere you drive by, not a place that gets recognized or celebrated. And yet, Holladale still has so much heart. Now that our parks are finally getting the long-awaited renovations, we have an incredible opportunity to restore the sense of community and pride. But parks alone don't build community. We need to put and invest in them. I'm here to ask the city to invest in bringing more youth and cultural programmings directly to Holladale, right here in the community center, and like activities that we get here at Southgate Park, but unfortunately aren't getting replicated out there. These are enriching programs already offered in other parts of Southgate, but they're often out of reach of Holladale residents. In fact, many of these classes are currently unavailable. Although they're on the app, you don't see them on the website, or the website isn't directing you to the app. So I would like some more accessibility. Why should families have to leave their neighborhood to access the same opportunities available in the rest of the city? Why not bring these programs into our backyard, into the very park that's being redesigned for us? This isn't just about recreation, it's about equity, access, investing in the cultural and creative life of our neighborhood. It's about creating a space where children can discover their talents, where families can connect, and where pride in our community can grow again. Please consider dedicating resources, funding, staff, and outreach to ensure that Holladale residents not only have a beautiful park to enjoy, but a vibrant, inclusive schedule of programs to truly activate that space. Thank you for your time and service and your commitment to building a more connected and creative Southgate.
Thank you.
You did real well, by the way.
Yeah.
You don't look nervous at all.
Thank you. I was
Thank
better
you.
prepared for this one.
No, you did good on both, okay?
Liz,
All right.
Liz, you should reach out and invite her to our Parks and Recs meeting. Yes.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Thomas Buckley. I am a resident of the Southgate community. Just a few things. I find them a bit disturbing. A lot of times I don't show face. A lot of times I do things behind the scenes. I do quite a bit of CPRA FOIA requests. And I have two grievances I'd like to bring up to council, just so I have better standing when I reach out to perhaps other measures. One of them is that on March 3rd, I sent out my CPRA FOIA request to City Clerk Yodi Glaze. They were in receipt of my request, dated March 6th, 2025. You'll notice that we are quite a bit a ways from that date. May 3rd will be exactly 2 months. I have still not received the answer to my questions. Upon Raul Salinas, our city attorney, contacting me, he stated that there are IT issues regarding the emails and so forth. The thing is, it doesn't matter. California state law, government code. I just pull that up because I don't remember it offhand. 6253 subsection C says that it requires an agency upon a request for a copy of records to determine, I'm going to emphasize that word, determine, to determine within 10 days from the receipt of the request, whether the request seeks copies of the disclosable public records in its possessions, and promptly notify the person making the request of their determination, in this case, on or before May 13th. This is directly from your city clerk's office. This is not something I'm just making up. This is directly from the city of Southgate. And then, of course, there is a permitted 14-day statutory, of course, extension that they can implement. That extension was implemented immediately. Mr. Salinas, thank you so much for being here. Mr. Salinas had stated that he would be reaching out to me within 2 weeks of his contact with me, and that would be 2 days from now. So I would like to know, Mr. Salinas, are you still planning to reach out to me regarding my first CPRA? And I actually have another pending one that I have not received any receipt for from Judith Glazer, city clerk. So I think it would be professional to keep up to date. I've had to reach out in continuation of all this. The city has not reached out to me at all. I have had to make the effort over and over to follow up. And again, I've not gotten a receipt for my last CPRA, which I've filed, I believe, last weekend. If nothing is done, of course, I'll be reaching out to the LA County District Attorney with evidence of what's going on. Hope it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Armando Velasquez, Independence Avenue. So basically, I'm here to give you all a little bit of an update. Y'all been getting emails from me, so you know what this is about. Basically, a week from this Friday is our first annual Golden Apple Heart of a Hero honors ceremony. At the moment, we are going to be recognizing 17 teachers, 14 of which are from Southgate. Majority of them are LAUSD teachers. We will also be recognizing one Southgate police officer from the Southgate Police Department. And today we did get confirmation from the fire department. Gigi says hello. So we have we're going to have a full house of educators and first responders there. At the moment, we've also even confirmed Southgate High School alumnus Dave Lopez to be the MC of the event. So that's going to be an awesome event. We've had a lot of schools purchase tables to support their very own teachers, such as Southgate High School, St. Helens, State Street Elementary, and Southgate Middle School. Southgate Middle School almost has 2 tables out there. The reaction has been wonderful. Talking to all the recipients, one of the things that they continue to tell me, and this is very consistent with all of them, is that if you follow LAUSD, they mainly recognize other schools for Teacher of the Year, admins, assistant principals. Like if you go to an Instagram, I'm noticing you don't see any SELA recognition at all there. And they said that this is really one of the first times that they've ever heard of something being held locally here, primarily for SELA. So a lot of them, they're bringing their family over. So the invitation is there for everyone. Remember, it's a week from this Friday. We are requesting, if you'd like to purchase a ticket or table, we request that you submit a form by this Friday. You can go to southgatekiwanis.org. You still have an opportunity to purchase tickets or a table. Anyone who still wants to do any sponsorships, you can also go to southgatekiwanis.org. Just in case you're interested in something like that. So other than that, if there's any presentations or anything like that, I might send an email out in case there's anything that the city would like to present to these educators. I have that full list in case the city wants to do something for them as well. Let me know. But hopefully I get to see many of you at a week from this Friday to recognize our educators and first responders.
Yes, if you can please send us the list of the recognitions so
Absolutely.
we can go ahead and give them a certificate of
You got it.
appreciation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? Okay, being now I'm closing the audience. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
No emails. Okay, so with that, we'll go on to staff report. Arturo?
Yeah, I can address some of the comments that were made by the public today with regards to requesting an update on the COGS regional fiber optic project. That is a project that is under design and it's going to be constructed in various phases. Southgate is going to be a part of the first phase of construction of that. We know that they're planning a construction kickoff meeting sometime in June or July, but we don't really have a firm schedule provided to us as of yet, but we are involved in the monthly meetings on that project. With regards to the commentary on Garfield Avenue, we're very familiar with the conditions of Garfield. In essence, you've got a regional arterial crossing a residential neighborhood that has a lot of vehicles. In the last couple of years, the city's invested nearly, well, it's actually just over $6 million in traffic, bike, and safety improvements. And we're not stopping there. We're still looking at adding a traffic signal at the intersection of Gladdy and Garfield. And we're also looking at adding a protected crosswalk midways from between the Circle Park and Imperial Highway. So we're continuing to make improvements on Garfield Avenue. Then with regards to the commentary of the removal of the trees, we have very strict rules against removing trees. And so usually when trees are removed, there is very specific reason. Either a tree has died, or a tree is in danger of falling, or it's lost branches, or the weather has impacted it, or what have you. I will follow up on the removal of these two trees to see under what circumstances those trees were removed. And then I would like to simply provide a brief update on the Tweedy Mile Complete Streets project. It's quickly coming to an end. The repaving of the roadway has just been completed. Over the next 3 weeks, what we're going to see is the striping be installed, the street furniture be completed, and then the landscaping. So we're about 3 weeks out to 4 weeks from completion of that project. There are other areas of Tweedy that did not get improved as part of this first phase project, but there is a second phase project that design is nearing completion on. That'll also construct very similar improvements between Atlantic all the way to Alameda. So more work is on its way after this project is completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A couple of different things. I'll bump one for Art here. His Earth Day is this Saturday. He's got the flyer here. You want to finish that one?
Sure. Yeah. Council member, mayor, members of the council, thank you again for recognizing Earth Day earlier today. It is taking place this Saturday, April 26th. I brought a flyer earlier. There are questions on what activities we were going to have. We are having litter cleanup, tree planting, graffiti removal, bulky item pickup. We are going to have e-waste removals as well, like computers, printers, cables. We're going to have paper shredding between 9 and 11. We're going to have prescription drug take back going on that day, and then we're going to be giving out mulch and compost. I do want to thank Mr. Steve Costley not only for reminding me to share this information, but for hosting the event at Southgate Park. So thank you, Mr. Steve Costley.
And with that, on that same day at the nighttime, we'll have our first mom prom. It's been sold out for a long time, and so we'll have a whole bunch of activities for moms and their sons together. Will be taking place. It's going to get busy again, as always, in Southgate. After that, the next weekend, we have our Southgate Junior Athletic Association opening day, which will be the 3rd of May at 10 a.m. It'll feel a little different for once. It'll have a different president after 30 years. So I don't know if they're going to talk or not, if they're going to talk the old guy back in, but
Oh, no.
yeah. But that will be taking place.
They've had two presidents ever since in the last, since I left in September, and since then they've had two presidents.
Do you have a time for that?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Same place?
Same place, same bat channel in that one. And then our last thing that we're still working on is we've got our 5K event coming up. When I left the office today, we were at 672 people registered. So it's building itself up. If you've never made it to that event, it's a great event out there for runners. We do the 5K. We're at a few locations that can actually hold one on our own park. We don't leave the property. So it's a good thing. And we're hoping for somewhere around 900 to 1,000 runners. That's all I have.
Mayor, if I might intercede and introduce
Please do.
someone?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. With that, I'll introduce our permanent and official Community Development Director, who is joining us for his first meeting. We are introducing him to Southgate Energy here tonight, and welcome. But Mr. Perez is joining us now as our permanent Community Development Director, coming from the city of Coachella. Also has had time the city of Riverside, city of San Clemente, so he comes with a broad experience. Way earlier in his time, did some nonprofit work in Southgate, so has had a taste of Southgate, and now he's jumping in with both feet. So we appreciate his experience, doing working with businesses, working with development, and I think being a decent person as well. So with that, welcome Gabe, or Gabriel, as he prefers, either one, I think. And with that, Gabriel, just so you know what this part of our meeting is the directors may answer in general terms questions that may apply to their department that may have been brought up. In the event there hasn't been, it's okay to pass and save your time for another night.
All right, thanks for welcoming me to the first meeting, but Mayor and council members, happy to serve you and the residents of the city. There's a lot for me to learn, but I know there's high expectations of the Community Development Department, and so I seek to meet those expectations for you, and my door's open. I look forward to continuing that relationship with you.
Well, thank you, and welcome to the city of Southgate. Thank you. And I just met you today, so that's great. John.
Well, good evening, council. I'm just going to give my usual. If somebody's interested in a job, cityofsouthgate.org is the website. There's a jobs tab. Scroll down, apply. We look forward to hearing from you.
Chief?
Mayor and council, wanted to remind you that this Thursday afternoon, we have Tacos with a Cop in Area 5 on Garfield Avenue. So between 5 and 7, come out. The community is more than welcome to come out, meet with the police officers, have some tacos, and we'll be there. So you're invited. Don't eat dinner. You'll have dinner there. Also, I'm sorry. Yeah, the restaurant is Estrada's Meat Market, 12005 Garfield Avenue. Yeah. Also, thank you to Armando for the Hero Award. Officer Pedro Gutierrez will be honored that night, so my staff and I will be there next Friday night. If Pedro is a relatively young officer, but has taken initiative in the homeless outreach effort, is becoming kind of like our department expert in resources and reaching the homeless population. So he was recognized for his endeavors and his progress in that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. And congratulations on the Baker to Vegas. We had the officers today earlier in the meeting. So congratulations. You're placed number 13, which is great.
Out of the 244 teams that ran this year, we're in a division of 5. It's called the 500 Invitational. We're 25 teams, and we were number 13. So they brought home the coveted mug.
There you go. You got to show me that mug because I don't think I've seen one.
Well, unfortunately, I have to buy one because I wasn't running this year. So I'll buy one and show it to you.
All right. City manager.
I think we've covered a lot of things tonight. I would just echo the accomplishments. Almost finished Tweety Mile paving, a generational project. That was when I arrived 18 months ago. I was jolted to the realization that the rattling on Tweety was real, and it needed a lot of work. And as a sort of the heart of the city, to see it now in a completely different state and almost finished, it's great. I think it's a sign of us investing in the community, and I'm looking forward to partnering with the businesses that are on that area to make sure the investments are shared, that we have Tweety moving upward and looking great and starting to fill the empty spaces and get ourselves looking as great as the new pavement. But I'm encouraged by that, and congratulations on the staff work so to date and the partnerships with the businesses to make Tweety great again.
The attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stepped out and stepped back in when I heard that there was a concern raised about the city's Public Record Act compliance. And all I can say is that the city does receive, through the city clerk's office, a significant number of Public Record Act requests. We get subpoenas, we get requests for traffic incident reports, documents from Public Works, code enforcement, and certainly for communications between the city and any number of third parties. And so the city clerk's office does a wonderful job of working within the resources that it's given to try to timely respond to all these requests. And the city does have a process for that, and it relies on the various departments to return documents compliant with the Public Records Act so that they can then be sent out. The Public Records Act requests are largely an unfunded mandate. The cost that the city is allowed to charge for those documents doesn't really adequately compensate the city for the hours of staff time that it takes to research public records. And we're not allowed to charge for staff time spent going through and looking for documents on the city's databases or looking for hard copies there. So it does come as a significant expense to all the departments and to the city as a whole. The Public Record Act request sort of tries to compensate for that burden that's placed on agencies. It does that by saying, well, when you get a request, you should try to respond to the person that sent the request just to indicate whether or not their documents seek, the request seeks documents that fall within the statute. Sometimes the requests are formatted so they're questions. You know, tell me this, tell me that. And that's not really seeking a document. It's seeking information that falls outside the scope of the request, but we still have to respond to that. And so there's a timetable for just acknowledging that we received your request and that, you know, we're looking to see if there are documents that are responsive. City has an additional 14 days to respond to that. And then there's a separate timetable for the actual production of documents. The Public Record Act allows for a reasonable time to allow the city to actually produce those documents. Sometimes, as in the case that was mentioned, you know, there was a request to search the internet, the city's databases for certain documents, and the person that was in charge of that process was actually out on leave because of the passing of a very close family member. And so, you know, we explained that that there was a delay there because of other demands. We didn't get into personal information, but the city does do, I think, a credible job of reaching out to the public to try to explain what's going on. So I think that there are no secrets in Southgate. There, with the exception of documents, we try to turn those documents over when they are available, and we try to do that within the time compliant. I should say to you that as a lawyer, I've written letters to other agencies asking for documents from LAUSD, for example, from CalPERS, for example, and it takes months for them to even acknowledge the request, and it takes even more months, 6 months sometimes, to return these documents over. And so this timetable of reasonableness is one that has to take into account the availability of city resources, city personnel, and certainly the complexity of the request itself. I thought that there'd be people that might be listening in on this that are not familiar with the burden associated with producing public records on staff time, the cost, and so forth, or the process that the city has in place. We take it seriously, and we try to comply as often as possible with the letter of the law in responding to those documents. I just wanted to share that. Maybe the city clerk has something to add to that, but they do a fine job as far as I can tell. Thank you.
Thank you. City Treasurer.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple other items that I just wanted to either respond or share with you. And I heard Mr. Dominguez comment on streaming the meetings on our website. That should be straightforward. We take the YouTube stream and just embed it on the website. We just need to pick a page, and whoever's maintaining our website, there's already methods, to doing that, and YouTube gives you the tutorial on how to do it. So that one, it's just up to whoever's managing that and, staff's direction to, make that happen. As it relates to fiber for the city, Arturo, just a quick question. To your knowledge, is it being ran through the poles, or is it going to be requiring trenching? And if trenching is required, is it coming down Tweedy? And then I'll tie one more thing before you respond to that. There's been requests or questions from residents around Tweedy. They're loving how Tweedy's turning out. And the question that came up, which I didn't have an answer, is there a moratorium on trenching on Tweedy to prevent trenching that's unnecessary? I'll give you a second there.
Yeah, just with regards to the design of the regional fiber optic line, we have not had an opportunity to review that, but we will take a look at the plans when they come in. There will be, not only on Tweedy, but any street that is paved, there is a pavement moratorium that is in place that protects those streets for some number of years. So in the case of Tweedy, if for whatever reason someone absolutely had to trench into it, there's a very strict requirement for repaving it. And sometimes an entire block has to be repaved because of a very small trench. So there are a lot of protective measures in place.
Okay, thank you. And then just wanted to share with council as well, the businesses on Tweedy, north side between Tweedy and California. There's been several complaints regarding homeless encampments. I think there has been a move from those that were in Leland Library. They moved and spread across and our city parking lots. That's where their encampments have moved. So there's some recent complaints from those businesses, and it looks like the problem is compounding week over week. So I think it's something we just need to take a look at. Lastly, last week I was with the ISLC High School and their robotics competition in Houston. Very impressive. 250 schools were there from all over the world, out of 8,800 that competed to be there. So very difficult to reach the World Series championship of robotics. And, it was just an honor to have Southgate mentioned and represented there. They ended up about middle tier from the rankings, but I thought it was amazing being that it's just their second year with a robotics team. I think, between now and next year, they just need the support, the, sponsors and the equipment just to make them more successful. But the coaches, the teachers have done a great job with building a team with very minimal resources. If you look at what Southgate had and what the other schools had, I mean, we might as well walked in barefooted and in shorts, because the other schools had jerseys, sponsors, tour buses. They had the whole thing. And for us to be competing with just the bare minimum, it was impressive. So if we equipped the kids with the same tools that the other kids had, I mean, they could win this. So I think we just need to keep supporting them. And, my wife, said, well, you should be a mentor. You should sign up now. And so I guess I'll be looking at mentoring some of the kids in robotics as well. So well, I appreciate your time. That's all I
Right,
have.
and let's follow up with the principal of STEM so we can go ahead and recognize all the kids who participated on this program, because I know that they go over and above what they do in school, and they're very passionate on their robotics.
Yep. And I sent an email, so I'll follow up and send them a reminder.
Please.
But
And I want to make sure that we do this on the second meeting of May, because the following meeting, they will be out of school already. So I want to make sure that we recognize them before they go out of school. So second meeting in May.
I'll leave that to Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you and congratulations to the team.
Thank you.
City Clerk?
Yes, I do have something to say about the public records request. Thank you, Raul, for doing your explanation on it. I appreciate that. I think that I do take pride in my staff working on public records requests, along with your office, Dina. I do want to acknowledge the fact that he said that there was no acknowledgement of his email. So I appreciate Mr. Buckley letting me know. I will reach out and I will figure out what happened. I also, customer service is very important to me, and we need to take pride in our work, and we usually do. So I don't know what happened, and I apologize for that. But again, I will work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councilwoman Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a couple of things. So I know Mr. Buckley came in and was talking about the PRAs. Do we have on our website, city clerk or city attorney, what the cost is? Because I'm hearing from the community that sometimes they do a public records request and they assume they're going to get the documents and then they're like, oh, well, you have to pay, whether it's emailed or a paper copy. So do we have anywhere on our website that indicates that there is a fee, just to avoid the misinformation, miscommunication, that they're assuming there's no cost and there actually is a cost?
I think at some point we do explain to them what the cost is, but we can look into that and maybe
Just so
take
there's no
that
surprises.
into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe, Rob, the Greater LA Vector Control will be here in our next council meeting. They will be coming. The mosquitoes are coming.
They're coming.
They're coming to make a presentation. Hopefully not. Well, maybe,
You don't
but
want
they'll
to.
bring the sterilized males, okay? We'll bring the sterilized males. They're going to make a presentation to inform the community about what's going on with these mosquitoes and what is it that they're doing to alleviate a lot of the illnesses that are carried by these mosquitoes. So that's coming up. And I do have another vector control meeting next week. I attended Congresswoman's town hall meeting as to what's going on in Washington, D.C. She was fired up, and rightfully so. So Steve and city manager, I want to see if there's any way that we can have, as a council, a town hall meeting for our immigrant community, for them to be informed as to what they can do. Somebody reached out to me and they have immigration attorneys that were sitting down and talking to the individuals that showed up. So I want to bring that into Southgate. Our neighboring sister city, Linwood, did that. And I think it's important that we also do it here in our community because they are being impacted. The fear is real. A lot of our immigrant community is not going out as much as they used to because of the fear of being deported. And we all know Kilmar's case has gotten, a lot of attention. But what about all of those families who haven't gotten the attention, who are struggling, who the main breadwinner is no longer around? We have to start being more mindful of what's really happening in our community. So hopefully that's something that we can all work together to bring information to our immigrant community. Issue that was brought up to me, the electric bikes and the scooters, just safety issues. They're riding on the sidewalks and not on the streets. And I wouldn't want to get notified that something happened to a child or to one of our seniors. So I don't know, PD, if we're looking into that, but if we can put that as, top priority, because I don't want an incident to happen and have somebody be injured, because those are like motorcycles. That's the reality. Other than that, Madam Mayor, if we can close our meeting tonight in memoriam of our Pope Francis,
yes.
who unexpectedly passed away yesterday morning. And when I was mayor, the Vatican did reach out to me. Then in 2026, Pope Francis wanted to bring the program, La Pelota de Trapo, or the ball of rags, into our community. I don't know if they're still going to go through it with that, but I know that they were looking for nonprofits and organizations that worked with at youth risk to be able to mentor them. He was very humanitarian. He was very much about the immigrants. So I don't know if it's still going to happen, but I am in touch with the lady when I was mayor. So I'll be reaching out to her. So if we can get that and present it to them,
Okay.
for them to take to the Vatican. They did reach out to, I think, all 88 cities here in LA through Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. So I don't know if they're still going to go through with it, but I would hope that they do, to honor his memory, because he was there for the immigrants, he was there for the poor. So yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Will do.
Councilwoman Avalos, my trusty sidekick here, the city manager, brought to my attention that we do list the price per page
Okay,
for Public Record Act on our website already. It's already there.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hurtado.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so a couple of things. You mentioned the situation with Kilmar, and it's a horrible situation. And a lot of people are very concerned that even people who are here, born here in this country, are being hauled away. And it's a very real thing. It's a real concern. And it was brought to my attention that Channel 7 had put a posting on social media. And, it doesn't matter which side of politics you're on. That's not a laughing matter. And a gentleman who runs a social media page is laughing at that. And it's appalling that anybody would laugh at such a bad situation like that. And, you have a right, you support whatever candidate you want. But at the end, someone's misfortune, and again, look, we don't know the situation with Kilmar. For all we know, he is everything that people in government are saying he is. And if that's the case, and due process shows that he is, then whatever happens to him, that's on him, right? But until that due process is done, I think we all have a right to that. And to have a member of a social media page on Facebook take the opportunity to laugh at that situation, I just don't get that. Again, you can have your own opinion on that, but it's just not a laughing matter. And because that situation with Kilmar is happening to a lot of other people. It's happening to a lot of people who are born in this country, who have done absolutely nothing but have a different skin color. And to me, that is just not the way we do things, but we respect everybody's point of view. I just don't think it's appropriate for someone to be laughing at that situation the way it is. We have to do a better job. We've been talking a lot about information and misinformation. Tonight, we had a large group of people that came in here, and, we listen to them. We read their emails. I read all the emails that are being sent. And we make very difficult decisions here. And when we come up here, we have to give whoever's up there every opportunity to state their case. And when we do that, and we come in with an open mind, we then will take action based on everything. So everybody that spoke at tonight's meeting, we heard them. We read the material, we read the emails, but for people to all of a sudden, all it takes is one person to yell something out, and then a couple of people jump in. I got to tell you, after I was going to the men's room, and a lot of people were very receptive. They understand that there's a process in place, but most of the people that came in here, they want us to listen to them, and we are listening to them. And again, we're reading the emails that they sent. That's our job. But at the end of the day, we have to come in here and listen to all our options and see what's best for the city of Southgate. And the reason it's on the agenda is because of the fact that people have a right to appeal and stand before us and be heard. It's like going to, being accused of something, you go before a judge and only one side is heard. It doesn't work that way. Bad things happen when you don't give people the right. But in any case, I think we still need to do a better job of communicating. There's a lot of things that are being said on social media, And I try not to respond to them. I listen to them, I read what it says, and then I forward some of that information over to our staff so that they can look at it. You know, today I got a message from a gentleman who has an issue on the 111-600 block of Garfield Avenue, and I'll forward that to you, Mr. City Manager. I don't know how much we can do about this, but this gentleman is very upset. He couldn't make it to tonight's meeting, but there's, and I'll give you the address in a bit. Won't say it here, but he says that his neighbor mows their lawn and then they use a leaf blower. And he feels that it's being done, maybe it's being done on purpose where they're throwing all the dirt and everything in their direction. And so I don't know what controls we have, what action that individual is entitled to, but that shouldn't be happening, you know, where somebody uses a leaf blower and blows it onto their neighbor's property. But that's something that, you know, again, I'll forward to you. If there's something we can offer the gentleman, we'll do that. But sometimes there is not a whole lot we can do. Yeah, it's Earth Day. And again, I think most people know I'm a bit of an environmentalist. I actually went back, invested in a college education so that I can learn more about how we can address environmental issues in our community. What it did is that not only did it reinforce what I had already known, but it added additional information on some of the environmental impacts. And again, they're not always trucks, they're not always contaminated ground, contaminated water, contaminated air, but there's other things, food shortages or food deserts, you know, what we offer our community. There's too many fast food restaurants, that sort of thing, and not many healthy options. Traffic, no parking, all these are issues that cause stress in communities like ours. The lack of affordable housing, all these things add to the stresses. And again, I think it's important that people realize that when we sit up here, we keep those things in mind because we live here in the city of Southgate. And again, sometimes people sit here and then when we start expressing these concerns, they walk out. They want to listen to that. They have a different agenda, you know, and that's fine. But, you know, come here and state whatever you want to state, and we're going to go ahead and address it to the best of our ability. With that, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Councilman Rios?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and the folks that are here today. And how many people are watching our viewers? I'm just curious to kind of see how many people are at home.
Right now, we have 25.
Good.
Earlier, we had in the 40s.
Okay. You know, the Councilman Hurtado mentioned the leaf blower. That's my pip. I mean, I hate that because they blow it into the street, even on some of the bigger streets. Really, I hate it. I thought, isn't there a law that says that those blowers are going to be? At least I heard that they were going to be outlawed. No, I mean, because they do it. It seems like they don't want to pick it up. A lot of them, they just. I'm sorry.
They don't want to work.
They don't want to work. It's just a pet peeve. I see it and I want to stop it, but I don't want to create a scene. But híjola. All right, let's go on. A couple of things just to follow up on the trees. You know, I'm with you. You know, I know we have two contractors, right? One that's maintaining our trees and shipping, and then there's another contractor that's cutting down trees because they're old or they could be a hazard. But I've always had a concern about overcutting trees. And today we had, I know they were going to cut my tree in front of mine. I stopped them, and they did cut the neighbors. But it's like, it's an economic value. It takes away the aesthetics. I mean, we have to have, you know, I know it's some balance, but I mean, the trees are what gives value to the community. You look at the more upscale neighborhoods, they have a lot of trees. And so let's be mindful of that. I mean, and I see that on Long Beach, cut all those trees that were there for history and other places. And I think it lowers our value of the community. And so whatever we could do, I know we have this contractor, but let's be mindful of the trees. They you know, and then we replace them with trees that don't grow. They're just right there. You know, they don't really grow. Maybe we need to make some investments there too. You know, a little bit more so the tree can grow a little bit more. I value this community, and so I think I don't speak for myself, but I speak for the community. So let's see what we could do there, Arturo, to address that. The issue of Hollandale, yeah, I agree with the people. Maybe it's a question of resources, Steve. It's a great park. It's along the river. We have investments there. I know that the Hollandale Park is getting upgraded. I mean, there's a lot of good things. What I heard today is that we don't have any real services there. You know, they have some sports there and stuff like that, but yeah, I know they play handball. There's some of the older guys. I know that, but I think we need to kind of see what we can do. We made some investments on Garfield in that area, so I think it would be good to kind of maybe there's some good businesses there that we need to maybe cater. I know we do a lot on Tweety and those merchants, but I've been saying a long time. Let's. That's a big part. It's like an area where it's kind of neglected because it's on the other side of the river. It's on the other side of the freeway, but it's a good part of our community, and I think that I would like to see some coordination, and I'm willing to help too. I mean, whatever it is, because our Southgate Park, I live near there, and I know it gets all the attention, and rightly so, but I think that's another thing we could do. But okay, I just want to mention that. Great things, Tweety Boulevard. I mean, I drove today right down Tweety without, it's amazing how smooth the road is. And then I turned up Long Beach and wow, it was smooth. I mean, and I talked to some businesses along the way, got off, and they're happy. They're happy with how it's coming along. So there's some real excitement about that. So I'm really excited about that. Welcome, Mr. Gabe Perez, our community development. It's a big portfolio, a lot of high expectations in that department, in that area. So we want to work with you. We want you to succeed, because if you succeed, the community succeeds. So count on me on being an advocate for you. You're doing your work, bringing your experience and your knowledge in the area, and helping our community development flourish. I know we talked about our homeless, and I've been asking about the numbers. I still don't know. I know I got a new person on it, Chief. I think it's important that we have a comprehensive approach. I know the approach we have to kind of seek them, but I would like to see something where we're giving, I saw a video where they give them a shower. Somebody just came up with a shower. A person that's out there helps them, gives them a nice shirt. It's uplifting for people. Let's see what we could do along the areas where they associate. I would like to see us take a proactive approach to dealing with homeless that helps them, that gives them some value. I mean, even if it's a shower, simple things, basic things to help them, move along in their life and their struggles. I mean, I think we could do that. So I'm willing to work with that person, the new police person. There's some cities that are doing some things like along those lines to helping them just get up under, if you give them some basic necessities just to move on with their life. A lot of times we move them out of here, we move them out of there, we move them out of there. And I know some of them are not ready to seek housing, but I think we could do something. I think we should. I think it's a responsibility that we have as leaders in our community. And we know from the study we did that most of the homeless have some connection with the community. They're not people that come from other communities. They have relatives here. They grew up here. They have some affinity for the community. So I think that it's incumbent on us to try to see what we can do to approach it in a comprehensive way. And I'm willing to sit down with the team. I'm part of this team and figure something out so that we can better help some of those that really need the help. Just to give them build their self-esteem, their self-confidence, and show them that somebody cares about them so that they can move on with their life. And that's all. I think I think it's not asking a lot. Okay, so just and I want to congratulate Baker to Vegas. How many miles does a person run? I'm just curious, who ran the most? I mean,
It's 120 miles divided by 20 legs, and the longest leg is 10.7. However, leg 4 was almost 4 miles straight uphill. It was hard to drive it, let alone run it. But there's some athletes in this department, that's for sure.
Well, to me, I say young little boy, and I know he's not. He just looks really. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations to Legacy, the robotics team. All the credit goes out. And, just the last thing, that's it. I don't want to go beyond. That's it. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. We still gotta go closed session, so. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to echo what some of my colleagues have already said, especially regarding the homeless population in our city. I think we all understand that there's a pandemic out there of homelessness that we need to be able to assist. I think our police department does a really good job of going out and identifying the individuals that are actually want the help. I know in speaking with I'm sorry, I don't want to demote her. I think she was Lieutenant Garcia before. She was saying so many vouchers go unused because they just don't want to take the help. And I think we have to start understanding what the cause is of that, and then start finding out the solutions to that. Because yeah, there is an issue, and you're right, Councilman Rios. That study did show that they are members of our community. They have a tie to Southgate. And the reason why they stay here is because they feel comfortable here. And we need to find, solutions for them to just feel comfortable enough to say, I need some help. So I think that's the approach we need to take. So definitely, anytime we are able to get on board with a process or a project, I know this team here is ready to do just that. I would like to just give an update. We did have a meeting with a few of our staff members here and Union Pacific regarding the railroad lines down Independence and Alexander. It was just a kind of information meeting, letting them know here's our issues that we're having with the area. We all know that there's a lot of illegal dumping that happens within the area. We all know that there's a homeless population that stays by the rail tracks. And to really develop that partnership that we need to start having in our community with Union Pacific, so that we can have them, understand the importance of keeping that area clean and also safe for our residents. And I think it was a great conversation to get going. I know our staff has done these many times, but I think it's a great reminder. I think we have some ideas and direction on how to improve on that. And we also shared some, long-term visions of what we would love for that place to look like one day. They did share the complexity of that property and how it is a vital part of Union Pacific Railroad. So hopefully, down the line, we'll be able to partner up in a way that's very productive and that we can keep that area clean and safe for our residents, because currently at the current state and at the state that it has been for many years, it just does not meet the standards that we would require of any location. So hopefully that is beneficial conversations. I also just want to touch a little bit of, what's going on just around, in the federal government, and also kind of what we're seeing here locally in our community. And I think we want to really I just want to take time and say it's not okay to scare, first, third, fourth, and sixth grade kids at schools. It's just not okay. I don't think we should ever allow that to happen. I think we need to continue to say that is not okay. A student should not feel scared to go to school to learn, especially as a first grader. I have a daughter that's a sixth grader. I could just imagine law enforcement showing up, asking to question her, and how she would feel about that. It's sad, and then it's not happening just in other places. It's happening within an LAUSD school that is within 5 to 10 miles from Southgate. And we know it's happening in our communities. We know that there's things that we need to just continue to speak our opposition and say our schools are a safe haven for our students, and they need to be a place for them to go and feel safe to be able to learn and be productive members of our community in the future. So I just really wanted to touch on that. And really, when we have residents that show up and and speak their mind, I appreciate it. I think it's exactly why we sign up for this. We sign up to hear what, the concerns and the needs are of our residents. We also have to take to account, that there's so many restrictions there's being put on cities nowadays from the state, from the federal government, and all the agencies that were once put in place to protect us are now being defunded and deregulated. And we need to understand that we will be the last voice, and the decisions that we make in here on council is ultimately to better the community and to make a lasting impact, a positive impact. And sometimes it's not the most popular way of going about it, but I have always believed that the 5 people here have the best intentions for the community. I think that this council is one that I'm most proud of, and I'm very hopeful that that the residents are aware and can see that though we may not agree on every decision, we agree that Southgate is important, and we agree that the direction we need to get to and where we need to be. So just wanted to echo that a little bit, but thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I have no report. So, because I want to move on to the closed session, but before that, we'll continue with this agenda item. On this agenda, so we'll go on to consent.
Yes, Madam Mayor, agenda items 4, 5, 6 are consent calendar items.
Okay, anyone in the audience on any of the items on consent?
Okay, I'm gonna hit on 5, the demolition of Salt Lake water tank. Okay, so who was the asshole that dreamt up this project? And, the city manager, he's got a lot of nerve. He's got a lot of fucking nerve putting this on a Southgate City Council agenda. Council members, for you to demolish this Salt Lake Avenue water tank of ours would be the equivalent of taking out the Hollywood water sign. I mean, what is it? The Hollywood sign. What's it? Confused here. The Hollywood sign. I mean, it's every bit as iconic as that. It is part of our city's landscape. It is visible from Tweedy Boulevard, from Southern Avenue, from Firestone Boulevard, from the levee against the LA River, from inside the LA River. I know this because I've been at both locations myself. You can see it from the Firestone Bridge. I know this because I've been there myself. To knock this thing out. It's also visible where our city clerk lives. She lives just south of this water tank. To take this thing out would be like demolishing a part of our city. It's a testament to our city's history and past, and also a testament to our nation. We don't build things anymore in this country. We certainly don't build big either. I mean, you're not going to see something like this ever again. And we had 3. Now we're down to 2. You knock this one out, we're only going to have 1. The one on Santa Fe Ave on the other side, the opposite side of town, on the west side. So instead of spending $350,000 on just plans and designs, I mean, just to figure out how to take it apart, you should be investing that money on how to restore it, rehabilitate it, fix it, put it back online in service. Why can't you light it up? Why can't you put lasers on it? That's what I'd like to see. Put lasers on it. Why can't you illuminate it like the Eiffel Tower? And that looks terrific. Why can't you put lights at the bottom, at the base, so that it's lit up from below like the Statue of Liberty or the Hollywood sign itself? I mean, this thing's iconic. And what was the other thing I wanted to hit? Doggone. Hold on a second. Oh, yes. Oh, is the state of California mandating the city of Southgate to take it down? Is LA County instructing you to demolish our water tank? Because if they aren't, then I don't really understand what the urgency or need is for you to proceed with this. You guys just want to discard it like as if it's some empty water bottle when it's a part of our history, a part of our past. And also bear in mind, the Southeast Gateway line is going to pass right through there. On the north and south side facing of the tank, you should put the word Sella on there, because then they're going to know exactly where they are. Otherwise, you knock it out and remove it, they're going to say, are we in Commerce? Is this Linwood? Are we in Bell? Or maybe Cudahy? I don't know. I'm instructing the council members to vote no and reject this fucked up item. That's it.
Anyone else? Closing the audience. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, council.
Madam Mayor, I do have a couple of questions for item number 5 that he just brought up. So looking at this, professional services, we're talking 291,510. Contingency, 48. City staff time. So are we double billing?
No, I can have Arturo get into the specifics of the dollars, but if there is any question about the rationale, perhaps first, of the idea of taking down the tower, it's a common theme that we're seeing tonight and regularly. There's a ton of demands for change, for new programs. You know, Holiday Park could have new programs for the community. Awesome. Costs money. Could we help the homeless in a greater way? Great. Costs money. This particular water tower is no longer in service. The city doesn't use the gravity of this technique anymore, so it sits empty. It's decaying. It needs to be repainted. There was a rehab done of the one on Santa Fe that I believe costs $300,000 or more dollars to do. Art can confirm, only to repaint it. Now this is an abandoned structure, so in probably 8 years, we will have to spend at whatever the cost of that is to again repaint it and rehab it for $400,000 and continue to do this investment just to keep this item upright. And invest in an empty shell that serves no function other than it's iconic. And if we had extra funds in the city, I'd be all over trying to keep iconic things. But we are facing serious budget problems and we're making tough decisions. And the next budget's going to be step one of that, and it doesn't look good going forward. So the recommendation is for this cost, we would remove it. Yes, it's about equivalent for the rehab, but it takes away the liability and the continued cost that goes on and on into the future. So we have to make some cost benefit analysis as we go forward. This is an example of that. Again, we can make the investment, but it doesn't serve a function other than the iconicness of it, and I'm worried about the continued liability with limited budget. As far as the specifics to the costs that are mentioned in there, I'll defer to Arturo for that specifics.
Yeah, I can address the cost. I do want to add to the city manager's commentary. It's aside from having to repaint it, we would also have to seismically retrofit it. It doesn't meet today's seismic standards, and that adds to the cost. The Santa Fe tank that we worked on, the elevated tank there, was actually well over $500,000 years ago. If we had to do the same or similar to the Salt Lake transfer station, we're probably in the investment of $1 million range just to protect it. And then if we wanted to do more from there, that's an additional investment. In terms of what you're seeing here for costs, they're just different elements of project delivery. The first, the 291,000, that's a contract cost. That's what we would be paying the consultant. The contingency is, should there be a need for add additional scope to the design contract that wasn't contemplated, the 48,000 sits there as that contingency money. The 10,000 in city staff time is simply, we've got either city staff or we have staff augmentation to contract services help us manage these projects internally. So rather than having that city staff charged to the general fund, we have them charged to all our CIP projects. And in this case, it's the money for from the water fund that they would be charging to. So there is no overlap whatsoever in any of these costs, but this is the standard structure that we use for all of our projects.
So follow-up question to that then would be, what are we doing with the land? If I'm understanding this correctly, we are dismantling it. So what is the design? What are we going to do with that plot of land?
Once the land becomes available, there's definitely opportunities for how we might want to improve and make use of that land. The first order of business as part of this project is just to clean it up and get it ready for whatever we might want to do with it. There are some very preliminary discussions among staff with regards to what we might be able to do, perhaps use it for recreation and make it something different to enhance the community in a different way. But that's just preliminary discussions. We'd look at grant funds available and looking at its location. There's an opportunity to connect Southgate Park to another recreational area there, to the river with bike lanes that could then, that section of Southern can become a different type of corridor. Today, it's an industrial corridor, but that is what it is today. We've got to look into the future and what we might be able to do with that. So right now, they're very preliminary discussions, and certainly at some point in time in the future, we would bring that to the council for discussion.
Do we know if that, well, first of all, how much land are we talking about? Is it half an acre, an acre?
The site's very small. I believe it's about 8,000 square feet. We're trying to figure out how to make it a little larger. We're also talking to the neighboring property to see if they might be willing to sell their property, to see if we can, create a bigger space there for some opportunity. But at this point in time, there's just a lot of investigative and preliminary work.
Is that land contaminated? Or is there contamination on?
Yeah, we're not aware that the land is contaminated. We are going to be taking a look at that. We do know that across the street, the Cooper drum site, there is some contamination there. That was an issue for that facility, so that's why that facility was taken out of service in terms of water, because there's that potential. But we're not aware that the land is contaminated, and we don't have anything on hand that says that it is. But that will be part of our due diligence in the future to look at before we decide how to develop it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my questions was regarding how safe it was in case of a major earthquake. I mean,
Currently?
yes.
Yeah. Well, currently it's an issue because like the Santa Fe and Ardmore Tower, that tank is not seismic, doesn't meet today's seismic standards. It was constructed in 1951 and it's been standing there since. So if we wanted to protect it, we would be awarding a contract to do a different type of design. It's a whole
And I know that's
retrofit.
pretty
You're looking
expensive.
at the foundations, you're looking at reinforcing the structure. And if you recall the way construction looked back when we were doing that, it is a huge investment to make. So as the city manager is saying, we're looking at how we balance the city resources now as one-time investments as opposed to an investment that, again, at some future time, we might have to do different retrofits or repaint it yet again. Not to mention the paint that's there, it's lead-based, it's yet another issue. And so there's a lot of challenges with trying to protect it.
Council Andre Rios.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Arturo, okay. It is iconic. I mean, there is history behind that area. In terms of a mandate, there's no mandate, right?
There is no mandate by the state to remove it. It's an internal assessment by city staff in terms of how city resources should be looked at in terms of how we're investing city resources. And in this case, do we want to invest in a one-time change there that can create an opportunity for other recreational or other type of opportunities, or do we want to protect it and do that investment? And then what's the financial repercussion of that in the future, particularly to water funds and water rates that, we're trying to stabilize? So there is an internal discussion.
There's an internal discussion, but there's no mandate to the demolition it. So, right, at least we know
Not
that.
from the state or
coming
anything. There's no
internally.
mandate.
It might be an eyesore because we haven't done it, but to design something where it's going to cost us a lot of money, and then to whatever it is we're going to do there, we might not even do nothing there. And you mentioned that that's a industrial area, so it's unlikely that we're going to do anything besides knocking it down. And I kind of see money kind of being spent that way. When we're talking about money, I don't see it the best. We don't know about the physical, because sometimes they build, I'll tell you, sometimes they build things better than we build them today now. So we might not really know what the real structure, how long it can continue to stand. It is a possibility that you could still do some marketing on it. I mean, and some signage there for our community. I mean, Someone mentioned the rail coming through there, so there might be other industrial businesses that might, or I see the railroad more coming likely, and maybe they might want to do something there. So if it's not bothering us, I mean, why spend all that money? We're going to spend more than $500,000. I mean, whatever, or so I'm concerned about just going in that direction right now with the resources being it's just, hey, let it be. Maybe we'll find something for it. I mean, it is iconic, like Mario says. It is historic, and I could see it as a marketing thing for whatever it is that we plan to do there. So those are my thoughts on that. I mean, I just think a lot of money just to knock something down and not get any value out of it seems to be a little bit premature.
Well, and just to be clear, the idea of these towers becoming iconic and permanent structure was discussed many years ago. We chose the Ardmore and Santa Fe one as the one that we would leave standing and rehab it, light it in May sometime. We're actually going to brand it and put City of Southgate or what have you. So that is that facility that we chose to remain standing. The facility here at Salt Lake is not one that we envisioned going in that direction. Now, as we're going in that direction, there is some level of certainty in going the recreational route. One reason is what we're having to do when we think of the PFAS treatment system and how we're having to manage the water system. We're working with the state right now, and there might be a possibility that if the state approves that site in all of our project sites, and that site will have to become a recreational park of some time. So in terms of the vision could be very certain in terms of what we could do there to bring other different type of services to the community other than a water facility. That one that I can totally appreciate the history, but there is I will also say that I've worked on many projects and for several cities in this city and on things that were looked at as a vision with no possibility. And like the Urban Orchard, we've put strategies together to make these things come to life. I'm seeing that corridor at connecting Southern Park to the bike trails with bike lanes, and that becoming a park as a real opportunity for one of our next visions. How do we connect that to the Urban Orchard as well? So that I see that as a really strong possibility.
I would like to see
available.
that vision too, so that we could get behind something like that. Because right now I don't see that there immediately, and but I hear you clearly. But I just figure that right now there are other things to address with that money. There's a lot. We're going to spend a lot of money. That's just the beginning, and then to knock it down, it's going to be close to $1 million probably. So why? I mean, if we're talking about money, why go that route when it's not necessary right now? I'm just that's where I'm seeing it right now. And I would like to see maybe the Metro or somebody else use it as a way to highlight that area once that area gets developed. Because right now we don't know. So, anyways, those are my thoughts. But thanks.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Item C says authorizing the city manager to approve and execute amendments out to a cumulative of 100,000. Is that 100,000 from the general fund, or is that also from the water funds?
It's in from the water funds as well. It's part of what's budgeted in the project, in essence. Yeah.
We're already giving them 48,000 for contingency. Why would we need an additional 100,000?
Well, 100,000. So the city manager, per our current municipal code, already has a certain authority. Where nowadays, with how we're managing projects, because we have so many, 100,000 has become the staple for projects of about this magnitude. So that should the need come to make changes, we can react swiftly and keep the projects going. Otherwise, we continue to saturate some of these council meetings with, some of these amendments that sometimes it's a $10,000 amendment that is so small that it costs a lot of time and staff time and effort to bring those before the council and then add the delay to approval. So 100,000 has become our staple for some of these design contracts. It doesn't. It is a practice that we started when Chris Jeffers was here, and we've carried it into design contracts as well as construction contracts, and construction contracts are a little bit more, but that is a kind of best practice for the sake of efficiency.
And I agree for efficiency, but given our financial climate, that's something that's been concerning me, that I've seen this in a lot more
Understood.
contracts.
And just to, to paint it, I mean, I can't see it's costing so much money. I mean, there's probably a contractor we get that would paint it for not $100,000. There's painters out there that know how to, I know some that I could get, send to you, and that we could have that painted for not that kind of cost.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get you somebody that will paint it.
Well, we do have experience. We did, we're painting a water tower. It's still a water facility, and so there are standards. We did paint the one on Santa Fe, and that was, with all the work that we did, was well over $500,000. I can't remember the exact cost, but we're estimating today's money, if we had to retrofit that and paint it and do everything that we did before, we're probably looking at somewhere $1 million range type of project. So it's not cheap. They're huge. That facility is very, very large. We just did the same, just to give you another idea. We just did something similar to the Hawkins Reservoir tanks that are sitting on the floor. We rehabbed them. We basically repainted them and did some peripheral work. And we spent, I think that project total budget was $4.3 million. So this work it's not cheap.
Yeah.
It's very costly.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question. And I think there's a property just, I believe it's to the south of it, that is a city property as well. It's, I think, a yard for some gravel or some kind
That's
of.
the Salt Lake Transfer Station.
Yeah, so I understand that that may be the concept of, hey, we could actually have more property than just the tower where it stands for a future project of some sort, because we actually have that property. We can make the decision to move whatever facility that is to another location where we may have some more space for it.
And that's very true. Though we have, again, these discussions are just preliminary. I'm looking at the city manager, but we've talked about what we're calling a land swap, right? We're trying to work through a process that is most efficient. If we're able to take that down, perhaps what happens is that smaller site becomes a much smaller transfer station, and the bigger property where the transfer station is at could become that recreational amenity, right? So we're contemplating all of our different options. It's a lot of brainstorming, but I'll turn it over to the city manager to.
And I know it's very preliminary, but the one thing that I see is we have, just so if I zoom out, it's a really big community there. And it's a community that has already had to deal with traffic, to already have to deal with environmental issues, with all the contaminations from the businesses on Southern there. And if we can envision a project that will not just be considered a removal of a tower, but something that is going to be beneficial to the community as a whole, I think that's the vision that we want to make sure
Absolutely.
that we're pushing forward.
And that's exactly the direction that we're moving forward. It's just, I don't want to overcommit here in my conversation, but I'm looking at the city manager for input here.
Yeah, so we have a lot of irons in the fire with concepts, all preliminary. There's a lot of juggling to do. We're trying to site the PFAS treatment plant in a location that may trigger us needing to look for other park space. It's very complicated. We have to address the state. We're too early to really get to specifics on that and figure all that out. So we don't know where that's headed, but we're just early brainstorming. But that being said, if we were to look at any other site, we have to identify grant funding, figure out where it's going to come. We don't have the general fund money here. Like Urban Orchard, I don't know how many years that took to put together. We're talking years out to figure that out. In the short term, we have an aging tower that isn't in use, that we have to make a decision shortly on, that if we're either going to rehab it for $1 million+ and then readdress rehabbing it 8 years later and so on, or we start looking at taking it down, leaving it alone. To start painting it, we're going to have to rehab it. We'll just leave it rusting. That we could kick the can down a couple of years, but as staff, we're just recommending this is the time to start planning a path versus just leaving it. And we're trying to make the best dollar cost benefit analysis. And so that's the recommendation. If you'd like to approve it, that's fine. If you want to kick it back, then I guess give us direction of where you want to go.
So real quick,
Yes.
it's not the
Councilman,
first time we do this, right? I think, I don't know how long you've been here, Arturo, but didn't we have one on Kaufman, just south of Tweedy? Very similar to this one.
A removal of one?
Yeah.
I wasn't here at the time. My recollection is that we've had two. I don't remember the third one.
Do you remember that? We had one not too far. It was near Tweedy.
I don't remember.
So I'm sorry, no yelling from the audience, okay?
Arturo, when did we stop using that specific well?
More than 2 decades ago. It's
Okay.
been a really long time.
Yeah, but we did have one in the residential area, on Tweedy, near Kaufman. In any case, no one misses it. See, nobody even remembers that it was there, but I remember that it was there. And again, I'm sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
yelling. But again, this is not coming out of the general fund, right? This is from the water fund.
It's all fully
and
funded with
We're
the water
doing
fund.
pretty well on that one, I'm assuming. The water fund?
We have the funds for this particular project.
So again, I think it opens the door for other things. And again, I get it. I mean, we fought to keep the Firestone, the face of it still for the college to some degree. We want to keep some of those areas that are historical, but I'm not sure how much this one would be. I'm okay either way, but we've got this in front of us with the potential of opening up opportunities for other projects in that area. I think we want to jump on that one. So I'm going to make a motion for the consent calendar.
I'll second that. But I think we also need to be mindful of the liability that should anything happen with that tower, the city would be liable. So, out of an abundance of precaution of, trying to not have our insurance increase more than what it already has, and to reduce the city's liability. That's why I'm seconding it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
No. What about the
All
others?
three?
What are the three?
On all
Well,
three?
there's 4, 5, and 6.
Well, no on 5 and yes on everything.
Go ahead.
Yes on 4 and 6, and no on 5? Vice Mayor Baron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. Okay, well, then we'll move on to warrants. City auditor. You're looking at me like, what am I gonna do?
The City Council will consider A, approving check number 109714 from April 8th, 2025, and B, approving the warrant register for April 22nd, 2025. The grand total is $2,912,809.08. Cancellations are 109830. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. If anybody here in the audience would like to have a question regarding one of the items on the warrant register, please come up.
Okay, so it's nice to see the Lone Ranger here after the Baker to Vegas run, and I imagine the reason why he didn't run it is because he did it on horseback. So my question to the auditor or vice mayor, so we have a horse. Is the horse on the warrants? How much are we paying for the horse? Do we actually own the horse? Are we renting the horse? Or are we leasing the horse? I would like some clarity on that, about this horse business. And, the thing that, and I said this to Mr. Costley, we're going to have this disaster project, Urban Orchard, come to a conclusion. And I want to see the Lone Ranger himself on that horse with the hat, with the 6-shooter. So, yeah, I mean, if we're going to pay for a horse, I want us to get our money's worth. So if you could please give me some information as to the status of the horse. And also, when does the horse get deployed? Who actually, gets to use the horse? And are we going to see the horse at our various parks? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other, I'll go ahead and close the audience portion. Any emails, Madam Clerk?
We have no emails.
No emails. What's the wishes of council?
So moved.
Let's move second. Just for clarity, there is no horse payments in this warrant register at this time, but I'll make sure we answer some of those questions for you in the future.
All right.
We have
roll
a first
call.
and second roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
Yes. Okay, so with that, before we adjourn this meeting, we will be adjourning in memory of Mr.
Pope.
Kenneth G. Libres.
And the Pope.
This is a longtime resident and an employee. No.
Father.
Oh, he's a father of James Lee. Oh, James' father. Wow. And also we'll be adjourning in memory of Pope Francis. And with that, can I get a motion to
Mayor
adjourn?
Davila?
So moved.
If I can just wish Councilman Hurtado a happy birthday. His birthday is on the 25th.
No, happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah,
Whose birthday?
Hurtado.
Gil's.
Oh.
Okay,
birthday.
so at this time,
65.
we are adjourned from regular meeting. Don't go away. We are going back into closed session and we are bringing back the special council meeting off recess. Thank you. Let's go to closed session. Okay, we're back from closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. This is my readout of our closed session discussion as part of the special city council meeting. We adjourned and then we recessed and then went back into closed session following the regular city council meeting. On the closed session agenda, item number 1A, the City of Southgate versus 3M Company. That matter was not discussed in closed session, will be brought back at a future city council meeting. On item 1B, Maria Palencia versus City of Southgate. That is a claim for personal injuries against the city. There was a presentation made by the city attorney, and upon completion of that presentation, a motion was made by Councilmember Avalos and seconded by Mayor Davila, and on a vote of 5-0, council authorized the city attorney's office to defend the city's interests. On item number 2, conference legal counsel anticipated litigation. There was a presentation made with respect to one case of potential anticipated litigation that the city council may bring. The identification of the party against whom we'd be bringing that will be disclosed pursuant to the Brown Act. There is no reportable action taken in connection with that discussion. Item number 3, conference with labor negotiator. That agenda item was not discussed in closed session and will be the subject of a future closed session discussion yet to be scheduled. Madam Mayor, that completes my report.
Thank you, City Attorney. At this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item? Okay, being none, no emails.
We have no emails.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good night.